ថ្ងៃដំបូងដែលខ្ញុំដាក់ចិត្តស្រឡាញ់បេះដូងនេះស្មោះស្ម័គ្រតែនាងទោះបីអ្នកចាញ់ឬឈ្នះយើងតែជឿជាក់អ្នកអាចធ្វើបានបេះដូងយើងតែមួយឆន្ទៈរួមគ្នាជាផ្លុំក្តីស្រឡាញ់ដ៏ធំពីពួកខ្ញុំមិនប្រប្រែវិសាខាយើងស្រឡាញ់វិសាខាចង់ប្រាប់ថាអ្នកពិតជាធ្វើបានវិសាខាយើងស្រឡាញ់វិសាខាចង់ប្រាប់អ្នកថាខ្ញុំគាំទ្រអ្នករហូតទៅវិសាខាអ្នកពិតជាក្រុមអស្ចារ្យចង់ប្រាប់ថាអ្នកនៅក្នុងចិត្តខ្ញុំវិសាខាអ្នកពិតជាក្រុមអស្ចារ្យចង់ប្រាប់ថាអ្នកនៅក្នុងបេះដូងខ្ញុំរហូតវិសាខាអ្នកអស្ចារ្យវិសាខាយើងឈ្នះកម្លាំងសាមគ្គីមានន័យនៅលើទីលានបោះជំហានលេងយល់ចិត្តគ្នាបេះដូងតែមួយរំចិនតែមួយពុំពីប្រាកដជាទទួលជោគជ័យបេះដូងយើងតែមួយឆន្ទៈរួមគ្នាជាផ្លុំក្តីស្រឡាញ់ដ៏ធំពីពួកខ្ញុំមិនប្រប្រែវិសាខាយើងស្រឡាញ់វិសាខាចង់ប្រាប់ថាអ្នកពិតជាធ្វើបានវិសាខាយើងស្រឡាញ់វិសាខាចង់ប្រាប់អ្នកថាខ្ញុំគាំទ្រអ្នករហូតទៅវិសាខាអ្នកពិតជាក្រុមអស្ចារ្យចង់ប្រាប់ថាអ្នកនៅក្នុងចិត្តខ្ញុំវិសាខាអ្នកពិតជាក្រុមអស្ចារ្យចង់ប្រាប់ថាអ្នកនៅក្នុងបេះដូងខ្ញុំរហូតវិសាខាអ្នកអស្ចារ្យវិសាខាយើងឈ្នះ
ដឹងថាអ្នកកំពុងរងាភ្លៀងធ្លាក់នៅក្នុងជីវិតខ្យល់បងមេឃខ្មៅងងឹតបាំងបិណ្ឌព្រះសូរិយាតែអ្នកកុំអស់សង្ឃឹមឡើយទោះបីជួបរឿងបែបណាចងចាំថាមានពួកយើងតែងនៅក្បែរកំឡឹងចិត្តដើរឆ្ពោះទៅមុខចាក់ទុកកងវល់មកសៅនៅក្បែរគ្នាសែនកក់ក្ដៅគួររំស្រលាញ់មើលថែយើងប្រៀបដូចគ្រួសារតែមួយចិត្តមួយថ្លាមួយមិនប្រែផ្ដល់ក្តីស្នេហ៍ផ្ដល់សង្ឃឹមពូជាបន្តយើងកាន់ដៃគ្នាជុំលះឧបសគ្គទោះមេឃភ្លៀងធ្លាក់ព្យុះបោកយ៉ាងណាសាមគ្គីរឿងងំប្រៀបដូចសេឡាដួលត្រូវក្រោកឈរយើងរួមឆន្ទៈស្មារតីស្នេហាសន្ទមេត្តាទឹកចិត្តស្មោះសររួមគ្នាសាមអំពើល្អរស់ដោយសុខសាន្ត ស្រឡាញ់ធំជាងមេឃជ្រៅជាងសាមុខមានសំណាងរូបក្រោមលុបកក់ក្ដៅចង់ប្រាប់ថាអរគុណតែនៅក្បែរបងហាញភ្លើជួយជំរុញឈ្មោះទៅកាន់កោដៅទទួលជោគជ័យយើងកាន់ដៃគ្នាជុំអ្នកឧបសគ្គទូមេឃភ្លៀងធ្លាក់ព្យុះបោកយ៉ាងណាសាមគ្គីរឹងមាំប្រៀបដូចសិលាដួលត្រូវក្របឈរយើងរួមឆន្ទៈស្មារតីស្នេហាសន្តិមេត្តាទឹកចិត្តស្មោះសររួមគ្នាសាងអំណើល្អរស់ដោយសុខសាន្តយើងកាន់ដៃគ្នាជុំអ្នកឧបសគ្គរួមមេឃភ្លៀងធ្លាក់ព្យុះបោកយ៉ាងណាសាមគ្គីរឹងមាំប្រៀបដូចសិលាដួលត្រូវក្របឈរយើងរួមឆន្ទៈស្មារតីស្នេហាសន្តិមេត្តាទឹកចិត្តស្មោះសររួមគ្នាសាងអំពើល្អរស់ដោយសុខសាន្តគ្រប់រូបលើផែនដីចង់ជោគជ័យក្នុងជីវិតតែពេលខ្លាំងត្រូវខកចិត្តមិនដូចក្តីប្រាថ្នាអ្នកខ្លាំងក៏អងក្តីសង្ឃឹមបាត់ស្នាមញញឹមបាំងទឹកចិត្តបងបណ្ដោយតាមវាសនាហេតុមិនឆាំចោចាញ់ហេតុមិនប្រំតស៊ូជុំអ្នកយកអ្វីដែលយើងត្រូវការតាំងចិត្តធ្វើឲ្យបានទូឧបសគ្គធំប៉ុណ្ណាដល់ទៅមុំកុំខ្លាចកុំរៀថយគ្មានអ្វីធ្វើមិនបានឲ្យតែពួកយើងជឿជាគ្មានអ្វីឲ្យរៀបរៀងយើងបានឡើយសំឡឹងទៅឲ្យឆ្ងាយដួលប៉ុន្មានต้องក៏ដោយកុំបបងចោលឲ្យក្តីស្រមៃ We can do it វាសាខា We can do it វាសាខា We can do it ចាំក្រោកឡើងខំប្រឹងប្រែងឡើង Let's do fight together We can do it stand up We can do it let's stand up We can do it ចាំក្រោកឡើងកុំបបងយើងត្រូវតែយកជោគជ័យឲ្យបានមនុស្សគ្រប់រូបលើផែនដីចង់ជោគជ័យក្នុងជីវិតតែពេលខ្លាំងត្រូវខកចិត្តមិនដូចក្តីប្រាថ្នាអ្នកខ្លាំងក៏អងក្តីសង្ឃឹមបាត់ស្នាមញញឹមបាំងទឹកចិត្តបងបណ្ដោយតាមវាសនាហេតុមិនឆាំចោចាញ់ហេតុមិនប្រំតស៊ូជុំអ្នកយកអ្វីដែលយើងត្រូវការតាំងចិត្តធ្វើឲ្យបានទូឧបសគ្គធំប៉ុណ្ណាដល់ទៅមុំកុំខ្លាចកុំរៀថយគ្មានអ្វីធ្វើមិនបានឲ្យតែពួកយើងជឿជាគ្មានអ្វីឲ្យរៀបរៀងយើងបានឡើយសំឡឹងទៅឲ្យឆ្ងាយដួលប៉ុន្មានต้องក៏ដោយកុំបបងចោលឲ្យក្តីស្រមៃ We can do it វាសាខា We can do it វាសាខា We can do it ចាំក្រោកឡើងខំប្រឹងប្រែងឡើង Let's do fight together We can do it stand
We can do it វិសាខា We can do it វិសាខា We can do it ចាំក្រោកឡើងខំប្រឹងប្រែងឡើង Let you fight together We can do it stand up We can do it let's stand up We can do it ចាំក្រោកឡើងកុំបោះបង់យើងត្រូវតែយកជោគជ័យឲ្យបាន
ពីថ្ងៃដំបូងដែលខ្ញុំដាក់ចិត្តស្រឡាញ់បេះដូងនេះស្មោះស្ម័គ្រតែអ្នកទោះបីអ្នកចាញ់ឬឈ្នះយើងតែងជឿជាក់អ្នកអាចធ្វើបានបេះដូងយើងតែមួយឆន្ទៈរួមគ្នាជាលំក្តីស្រឡាញ់ដ៏ធំពីពួកខ្ញុំមិនប្រប្រែវិសាខាយើងស្រឡាញ់វិសាខាចង់ប្រាប់ថាអ្នកពិតជាធ្វើបានវិសាខាយើងស្រឡាញ់វិសាខាចង់ប្រាប់អ្នកថាខ្ញុំគាំទ្រអ្នករហូតទៅវិសាខាអ្នកពិតជាក្រុមអស្ចារ្យចង់ប្រាប់ថាអ្នកនៅក្នុងចិត្តខ្ញុំវិសាខាអ្នកពិតជាក្រុមអស្ចារ្យចង់ប្រាប់ថាអ្នកនៅក្នុងបេះដូងខ្ញុំរហូតវិសាខាអ្នកអស្ចារ្យវិសាខាយើងឈ្នះកម្លាំងសាមគ្គីមានន័យនៅលើទីលានបោះជំហានលេងយល់ចិត្តគ្នាបេះដូងតែមួយរំចិនតែមួយពុំពីប្រាកដជាទទួលជោគជ័យបេះដូងយើងតែមួយឆន្ទៈរួមគ្នាជាលំក្តីស្រឡាញ់ដ៏ធំពីពួកខ្ញុំមិនប្រប្រែវិសាខាយើងស្រឡាញ់វិសាខាចង់ប្រាប់ថាអ្នកពិតជាធ្វើបានវិសាខាយើងស្រឡាញ់វិសាខាចង់ប្រាប់អ្នកថាខ្ញុំគាំទ្រអ្នករហូតទៅវិសាខាអ្នកពិតជាក្រុមអស្ចារ្យចង់ប្រាប់ថាអ្នកនៅក្នុងចិត្តខ្ញុំវិសាខាអ្នកពិតជាក្រុមអស្ចារ្យចង់ប្រាប់ថាអ្នកនៅក្នុងបេះដូងខ្ញុំរហូតវិសាខាអ្នកអស្ចារ្យវិសាខាយើងឈ្នះ
នាងខ្ញុំសូដាវ៉ាន់សូមអនុញ្ញាតគោរពនិងជម្រាបសួរទៅដល់ឯកឧត្តមលោកជំទាវអស់លោកលោកស្រីបងប្អូនដែលជាបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីដែលបានចូលរួមនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីបើកវោហាឆ្នាំខេត្តបាត់ដំបងនៅថ្ងៃនេះថ្ងៃនេះគឺជាថ្ងៃអាទិត្យ10រោចខែបឋមស័កឆ្នាំឆ្លូវត្រីស័កពុទ្ធសករាជ2565ដែលត្រូវនៅថ្ងៃទី4ខែកក្កដាឆ្នាំ2021ជាបឋមនាងខ្ញុំសូមអនុញ្ញាតគោរពឯកឧត្តមសសុខារដ្ឋលេខាធិការក្រសួងអប់រំយុវជននិងកីឡានិងជាស្ថាបនិកកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំសូមគោរពលោកជំទាវកែសួនសុភីស្ថាបនិកកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំសូមគោរពឯកឧត្តមងួនរតនៈអភិបាលនៃគណៈអភិបាលខេត្តបាត់ដំបងសូមគោរពឯកឧត្តមអ៊ុំរាត្រីអភិបាលនៃគណៈអភិបាលខេត្តបន្ទាយមានជ័យសូមគោរព ឯកឧត្តមសរដ្ឋាប្រធានសហភាពសហព័ន្ធយុវជនកម្ពុជាខេត្តបាត់ដំបងសូមគោរពឯកឧត្តមសុកវាសនាប្រធានក្រុមការងារអភិវឌ្ឍយុវជនខេត្តបាត់ដំបងនិងសូមគោរពទៅដល់ឯកឧត្តមលោកជំទាវអស់លោកលោកស្រីបងប្អូនដែលជាបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីដែលកំពុងតែមានវត្តមាននៅក្នុងការផ្សាយនៅលើទំព័រ Facebook ប្រយោងនិងវោហាឆ្នើមនៅថ្ងៃនេះមុននឹងចាប់ផ្ដើមកម្មវិធីនេះខ្ញុំសូមប្រកាសហេតុកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នើមគឺសំដៅដល់កម្មវិធីប្រកួតប្រជែងនិយាយភាសាអង់គ្លេសជាសាធារណៈសម្រាប់បងប្អូនដែលជាសិស្សវិទ្យាល័យហើយនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺផ្ដោតទៅលើបងប្អូននៅក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងក៏បំណងសំខាន់នៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នើមគឺដើម្បីស្វែងរកអ្នកដែលមានសមត្ថភាពនិយាយភាសាអង់គ្លេសប្រចាំស្រុកក្រុងនិងខេត្តបង្កើតឱកាសនិងជំរុញភាពក្លាហានសម្រាប់បងប្អូនដែលជាបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីហើយជាពិសេសគឺការពង្រឹងនៅសមត្ថភាពសិស្សទៅលើជំនាញភាសាអង់គ្លេសដើម្បីប្រឡងនៅក្នុងវិស័យទំនាក់ទំនងនៅក្នុងតំបន់អាស៊ាននិងពិភពលោកជាបន្តទៅទៀតនេះសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញគណៈអធិបតីអស់លោកលោកស្រីបងប្អូនដែលជាបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីរួមគ្នាគោរពទង់ជាតិនៃព្រះរាជាណាចក្រកម្ពុជាចាសសូមអរគុណសូមសម្រួលអរិយាប័ត្រជឿនចូលដល់កម្មវិធីជាបន្តទៅទៀតនេះពីកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នើមខេត្តបាត់ដំបងនឹងបង្ហាញជូនអំពីវីដេអូវត្តមាននៃកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នើមដូច្នេះសូមអញ្ជើញគណៈអធិបតីអស់លោកលោកស្រីអូនបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីទស្សនានៅវីដេអូទាំង3ដូចតទៅ
យេមកវិញហើយ
ចាប់ផ្ដើមពីការគំនិតរបស់ព្រួយផ្ដើមពីសម្ដេចកណ្ដាលហោមក្នុងការចូលរួមក្នុងវិស័យមួយផ្នែកណាមួយរបស់ការអប់រំនៅក្នុងខេត្តព្រៃវែងហើយដើមឡើយក៏យើងមិនបានគិតក្នុងការបន្ថែមទៅលើខេត្តដទៃទៀតគឺយើងចង់ធ្វើតែក្នុងខេត្តព្រៃវែងតែផ្ដល់ឱកាសឲ្យបងប្អូនសិស្សានុសិស្សដែលគាត់ចូលចិត្តនិយាយភាសាឬមួយចង់សាកល្បងនៃសមត្ថភាពរបស់គាត់នៃភាសាបរទេសហើយយើងក៏បានប្រជុំនៅក្រុមការងារហើយក៏បានសម្រេចយកភាសាអង់គ្លេសដែលជាភាសាចូលរួមប្រកួតក្នុងកម្មវិធីវហ័សឆ្នាំ2020យើងបានផ្អាកដោយសារតែការរីករាលដាលជំងឺ Covid បានពន្យាទៅដល់ឆ្នាំ2021នេះគោលបំណងក្នុងការបង្កើតនៃកម្មវិធីវហ័សឆ្នាំនេះដូចខ្ញុំបានលើកឡើងខាងដើមតែមួយគត់ទេគឺការផ្ដល់ឱកាសឲ្យបងប្អូននៅតាមបណ្ដាខេត្តដែលគាត់មិនមានហៅថាលទ្ធភាពមករាជធានីភ្នំពេញក្នុងការចូលរួមប្រកួតនៅការកម្មវិធីផ្សេងៗដែលបានរៀបចំដោយក្រសួងក្តីឬមួយដោយអង្គការឬមួយដោយក្រុមហ៊ុនផ្សេងៗចឹងហើយបានយើងយកកម្មវិធីនេះទៅដាក់នៅក្នុងខេត្តព្រៃវែងជូនពួកគាត់មុនដំបូងខ្លួនខ្ញុំសូមសារភាពត្រង់គឺថាមានការភ័យដែរភ័យត្រង់ថាតើយើងមាន candidate ដាក់ឈ្មោះហ្នឹងច្រើនឬមួយតិចមិនអីមិនយើងអត់ទាន់ដឹងពីនោះដោយសារតែយើងមិនទាន់បានចម្លើយជាក់លាក់ហើយអ្វីដែលយើងបានភ្ញាក់ផ្អើលគឺយើងមានការចូលរួមច្រើនពីបងប្អូនហើយនេះជាទឹកចិត្តមួយជាផលមួយដែលពួកខ្ញុំបានឈានការសម្រេចចិត្តទៅធ្វើឆ្នាំទី2បន្តបន្ទាប់នៅក្នុងខេត្តដទៃទៀតជារួមយើងបានបទពិសោធន៍ច្រើនក្នុងការរៀបចំកម្មវិធីវហ័សឆ្នាំទី1នៅក្នុងខេត្តព្រៃវែងហើយក្នុងនោះមានលោកអង្គសេរីពិសិដ្ឋក៏ដូចជាក្រុមការងាររបស់លោកដែលបានរៀបចំហើយជាពិសេសយើងបានអង្គុយដើម្បីពិភាក្សាគ្នាដើម្បីយកនៅបញ្ហាអ្វីយើងមានអ្វីយើងខ្វះខាតនៅក្នុងខេត្តព្រៃវែងកន្លងមកនេះដើម្បីធ្វើជាដើមទុនដើម្បីធ្វើល្អប្រសើរនៅក្នុងខេត្តដទៃទៀតដោយឡែកឆ្នាំនេះយើងនឹងធ្វើនៅខេត្តបាត់ដំបងហើយតាមរយៈការឲ្យខ្ញុំគិតថាដោយសារតែខេត្តបាត់ដំបងសាលាទាំងឯកជនទាំងរដ្ឋសិតតែសាលាល្អនៅក្នុងទីរួមខេត្តនោះអញ្ចឹងហើយខ្ញុំគិតថាផលដែលយើងទទួលបានក៏ដូចជាការចម្លើយគាត់ថាយើងផ្សព្វផ្សាយបន្តិចតាមមន្ទីរអប់រំយុវជនកីឡាខេត្តគឺមានបងប្អូនចាប់អារម្មណ៍ច្រើនហើយកម្មវិធីនេះមែនតើគឺបងប្អូនគឺចង់ឲ្យមានជារៀងរាល់ឆ្នាំផងដែរប៉ុន្តែក្រុមការងារក៏វាមានចំនួនកម្រិតមួយសំរុំមិនអាចធ្វើលើសប៉ុណ្ណឹងបានហើយយើងក៏ត្រូវដោតទៅលើខេត្តដទៃទៀតដែរហើយក៏មានការជំរុញហើយក៏មានការគ្រប់គ្រងក្នុងកម្មវិធីនេះដែរគឺសម្ដេចកន្លះហោមលោកនឹងចូលរួមបិទនៅកម្មវិធីនេះពេលសមស្របណាមួយដើម្បីលើកទឹកចិត្តហើយដើម្បីបង្ហាញទៅដល់ថ្នាក់ដឹកនាំខេត្តផងឬមួយថ្នាក់ជាតិផងគឺថាក្នុងតំបន់នេះក៏មិនអន់ជាងតំបន់នោះដែរបាទអញ្ចឹងសាលានេះក៏មិនអន់ជាងសាលានោះដែរដើម្បីបង្ហាញកសនភាពជាពិសេសភាពអស្ចារ្យនៅក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងហើយជាពិសេសកន្លងមកនេះតាមរយៈការក្រុមការងារសហភាពសហព័ន្ធកម្ពុជាចុះទៅខេត្តបាត់ដំបងក៏ឃើញថាបងប្អូនមានចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍ច្រើនហើយកម្មវិធីមួយដែលយើងមកដល់មកនេះយើងអត់វាយតម្លៃអត់ចេញទេតើតែចប់អាច 3-4 ខេត្តដែលយើងត្រូវធ្វើនេះហើយយើងមកអង្គុយបូកដកអានឹងបានវាយតម្លៃចេញព្រោះมันអាចប្រៀបធៀបពីកន្លែងមួយទៅកន្លែងមួយព្រោះយើងដឹងការអភិវឌ្ឍប្រទេសជាតិវាមិនមែនធ្វើតែមួយថ្ងៃហើយជាពិសេសយើងក៏ត្រូវការទ្រទ្រង់ជីវភាពប្រជាពលរដ្ឋតាមលក្ខណៈរាជរដ្ឋាភិបាលក្នុងការរៀបចំធ្វើម៉េចឲ្យមានសាយភាយគ្រប់គ្នាអញ្ចឹងហើយខ្ញុំគិតថាសូមឲ្យបងប្អូននៅក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងធ្វើម៉េចហ៊ានហើយជំនះមានះក្នុងការឈានមកដាក់ឈ្មោះហើយបន្តមកចូលរួមប្រកួតដើម្បីបង្ហាញភាពអស្ចារ្យនៅក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងក៏ដូចជាក្រុមគ្រួសាររបស់ខ្លួនផងដែរបាទ
ឈ្មោះរ៉ាម៉ានីលីសាអាយុ16ឆ្នាំរៀននៅសាលាហូបបណ្ឌមថ្នាក់ទី11ថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំពិតជាសប្បាយរីករាយមែនតើដែលបានមកចូលរួមកម្មវិធីមួយឆ្នាំដោយសារតែកម្មវិធីនេះវាពិសេសមែនតើដែលអាចឲ្យផ្ដល់ជាឱកាសសម្រាប់សិស្សដែលអត់ដែលមាន competition ពីមុនមកបានចូលរួមហើយបានបង្ហាញពីសមត្ថភាពរបស់ពួកគាត់នៅនេះវាពិសេសត្រង់ថាតាមសាលារដ្ឋអត់សូវមានកម្មវិធីអីធំៗទេអញ្ចឹងហើយនេះគឺជាកម្មវិធីមួយដែលល្អមែនតើដើម្បីឲ្យពួកគាត់បានបង្ហាញថាពួកគាត់មានសមត្ថភាពកម្រិតណាហើយបង្ហាញភាពក្លាហានរបស់ពួកគាត់
បន្ទាប់ពីបានចូលកម្មវិធីនេះហើយខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍ថាខ្លួនឯងមានការរីកចម្រើនខ្លាំងមានភាពក្លាហានហ៊ានបញ្ចេញនូវសមត្ថភាពនិងភាពជឿជាក់របស់ខ្លួនឯងផ្ទាល់ទៅកាន់គណៈកម្មការនិងមិត្តភ័ក្តិរួមក្រុមម្យ៉ាងវិញទៀតខ្ញុំបានទទួលស្គាល់ពីមិត្តភ័ក្តិក៏ដូចជាអ្នកផ្សេងៗទៀតដែលគាត់មកពីសាលាផ្សេងៗអំពីសមត្ថភាពរបស់ពួកគាត់និងភាពរួសរាយរាក់ទាក់របស់ពួកគាត់ផងដែរ
តាមរយៈលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូនៅសាលារបស់ខ្ញុំគឺគាត់បានឲ្យក្រដាស់ជា hard copy នឹងមកប្រកាសប្រាប់សិស្សហើយតមកទៀតពួកខ្ញុំក៏មានចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍ហើយក៏បានដាក់ពាក្យចូលទៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីហ្នឹងមានអារម្មណ៍ថាដំបូងរៀងភ័យតែដល់ពេលមកអញ្ចឹងមានអារម្មណ៍ថាសប្បាយចិត្ត ដំបូងខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍ថាខ្ញុំភ័យដោយសារតែខ្ញុំអត់ទាន់ដឹងពីព័ត៌មានច្បាស់ក៏ដូចជាលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូក្នុង Telegram ក៏ទៅប្រាប់ដូចគ្នាថាពេលយើងមកយើងនិយាយក្នុងបន្ទប់ private ចឹងទៅខ្ញុំ control អារម្មណ៍ខ្លួនឯងបានខ្លះហើយដល់ពេលឥឡូវពេលមកមានអារម្មណ៍ថាអត់ភ័យអីទៀតទេវាមានថាកក់ក្ដៅជាងមុនដោយសារតែពួកបងរស់រាយហើយនឹងសហការគ្នាបានល្អម៉ាក់គាត់អត់ថាអីទេគាត់ថាឲ្យខំប្រឹងគាត់ថាជាប់ឬមិនជាប់អាហ្នឹងគាត់អត់អីទេគាត់ថាសំខាន់យើងធ្វើតាមចិត្តដែលយើងចង់
để đón tha đồng thơ hay có hay khá khá đa tay nãy còn nơi miền không thì đần lực của em
នេះគឺជាវីដេអូទាំង3ដែលសំខាន់ពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងគោលបំណងការរៀបចំនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីប្រហ័សឆ្នាំជាពិសេសសម្រាប់បងប្អូនដែលជាបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីដែលបានដាក់ពាក្យត្រៀមចូលរួមប្រកួតនៅក្នុងវគ្គជម្រុះជាបន្តបន្ទាប់នៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីប្រហ័សឆ្នាំហើយគណៈថ្ងៃនេះដែលជាកម្មវិធីបើកជាចិត្តថាបងប្អូនមានអ្នកខ្លះប្រហែលជាកំពុងតែភ័យខ្លះហើយពីព្រោះថាបន្ទាប់ពីកម្មវិធីបើកទៅគឺនឹងចាប់ផ្ដើមចូលសមរភូមិឬក៏ចាប់ផ្ដើមឡើងសង្វៀនណាប៉ុន្តែយ៉ាងណាក៏ដោយកម្មវិធីយើងជឿជាក់ថានឹងផ្ដល់ជូននៅឱកាសជាច្រើនជាពិសេស អត្ថប្រយោជន៍នៅក្នុងការពង្រឹងនៅសមត្ថភាពមិនថាជាភាសាអង់គ្លេសឬក៏ភាពក្លាហានទេការប្រកួតគឺនឹងមានការឈ្នះនិងចាញ់ការដែលសំខាន់ថាបងប្អូននឹងយកនៅអ្វីដែលជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍នៃកម្មវិធីបានកម្រិតណាជាកម្មវិធីជាបន្តទៅទៀតនេះនាងខ្ញុំសូមអនុញ្ញាតគោរពអញ្ជើញវត្តមានរបស់ប្រធានគណៈកម្មការប្រតិបត្តិកម្មវិធីប្រហែលឆ្នាំឡើងមានមតិសំណេះសំណាលស្វាគមន៍របាយការណ៍សង្ខេបស្ដីពីគម្រោងកម្មវិធីប្រហែលឆ្នាំខេត្តបាត់ដំបង អ្នកខ្ញុំសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញលោកបណ្ឌិតអង្គសេរីពិសិដ្ឋសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញ
បាទសូមគោរពអាដាមសសុខារដ្ឋលេខាធិការក្រសួងអប់រំយុវជននិងកីឡានិងលោកជំទាវកែវសុសុភីសហស្ថាបនិកវោហាឆ្នាំជាទីគោរពដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់សូមគោរពអាដាមងួនរតនៈ អភិបាលនៃគណៈអភិបាលខេត្តបាត់ដំបងជាទីគោរពសូមគោរពអាដាមអ៊ុំរិត្រីអភិបាលនៃគណៈអភិបាលខេត្តបន្ទាយមានជ័យជាទីគោរពសូមគោរពអាដាមសរដ្ឋាប្រធានគណៈកម្មការសហភាពសហព័ន្ធយុវជនកម្ពុជាជាទីគោរពសូមគោរពអាដាមសុកវាសនាប្រធានក្រុមការងារអភិវឌ្ឍយុវជនខេត្តបាត់ដំបងជាទីគោរពសូមគោរពអាដាមលោកជំទាវលោកស្រីអ្នកលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូបងប្អូនសិស្សានុសិស្សទាំងអស់ដែលមានវត្តមាននៅទីនេះជាទីគោរពស្រឡាញ់រាប់អាន ជាបឋមខ្ញុំបាទសូមសម្ដែងនៅសមានចិត្តដល់ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់ចំពោះវត្តមានដ៏ដងដំរបស់អាដាមលោកជំទាវលោកស្រីលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូបងប្អូនបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីទាំងអស់ដែលបានចូលរួមក្នុងពិធីបើកដំណើរការផ្លូវការនៅកម្មវិធីប្រហែលឆ្នាំបាត់ដំបងនាពេលនេះ នាពេលវេលាព្រឹកដល់សែនមនោរម្យនេះខ្ញុំបាទពិតជាមានកិត្តិយសនិងមានសេចក្តីសំណោះរីករាយទាំងក្រៃលែងដែលបានអាដាមសុខារដ្ឋលេខាធិការក្រសួងអប់រំយុវជននិងកីឡានិងលោកជំទាវកែសួនសុភីដែលជាសហស្ថាបនិកបានអញ្ជើញផ្ដល់កិត្តិយសដល់ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់ចូលរួមជាអធិបតីក្នុងពិធីបើកផ្លូវការនៃកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំនេះដែលជាកម្មវិធីប្រកួតប្រជែងនិយាយភាសាអង់គ្លេសជាសាធារណៈសម្រាប់សិស្សថ្នាក់វិទ្យាល័យថ្នាក់ទី10ទី11និងទី12កម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំបង្កើតឡើងក្នុងគោលបំណងផ្ដល់ឱកាសនិងជំរុញភាពក្លាហានទៅដល់សិស្សកម្រិតវិទ្យាល័យដើម្បីបានបង្ហាញនៅបញ្ចេញនៅសមត្ថភាពទេពកោសល្យដែលខ្លួនបានសិក្សារៀនសូត្រកន្លងមកតាមរយៈការប្រកួតប្រជែងដែលមានលក្ខណៈជាឯកបុគ្គលនិងសហការជាក្រុមក្នុងការនិយាយភាសាអង់គ្លេសជាសាធារណៈនៅលើវេទិកាដ៏ពិសេសពិសាលមួយនេះគណៈធិបតីជាទីគោរពអង្គពិធីទាំងមូលជាទីមេត្រីធនធានមនុស្សគឺជាគន្លឹះដ៏សំខាន់ដើម្បីកសាងអភិវឌ្ឍប្រទេសជាតិក្រោមគំនិតដូចផ្ដើមដល់ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់សម្ដេចកលាហោមសខេងឧបនាយករដ្ឋមន្ត្រីក្រសួងមហាផ្ទៃដែលបានយកចិត្តទុកដាក់ខ្ពស់ក្នុងការបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលធនធានជាយុវជនបន្តវេនដែលជាគ្រាប់ពូជដ៏សំខាន់សម្រាប់ដឹកនាំកសាងអភិវឌ្ឍប្រទេសជាតិនាពេលអនាគតជាការឆ្លើយតបអាដាមសុខានិងលោកជំទាវកែវសួនសុភីជាស្ថាបនិកវោហាឆ្នាំបានដាក់ចេញនៅផែនការយុទ្ធសាស្ត្រអនុវត្តរៀបចំនៅកម្មវិធីនេះនិងបានបង្កើតនៅគណៈកម្មការរៀបចំប្រតិបត្តិកម្មវិធីប្រកួតប្រជែងនិយាយភាសាអង់គ្លេសជាសាធារណៈសម្រាប់សិស្សវិទ្យាល័យនៅតាមបណ្ដាខេត្តដែលបានកំណត់យកខេត្តព្រៃវែងដែលជាខេត្តដំបូងនៃប្រទេសកម្ពុជាសម្រាប់រៀបចំកម្មវិធីប្រកួតប្រជែងនារដូវកាលទី1នៃឆ្នាំ2019អ្វីត្បិតតែកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំប្រព្រឹត្តទៅនៅក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ព្រៃវែងជាលើកទី1ក៏ពិតមែនប៉ុន្តែគណៈកម្មការរៀបចំកម្មវិធីទទួលបានបេក្ខជនបេក្ខការីដាក់ពាក្យចំនួនសរុប132នាក់ដែលជាចំនួនច្រើនលើសពីការរំពឹងទុកដែលធ្វើឲ្យគណៈកម្មការរៀបចំកម្មវិធីមានការភ្ញាក់ផ្អើលនិងសូមថ្លែងកោតសរសើរចំពោះសេចក្តីក្លាហានរបស់បងប្អូនជាយុវសិស្សនៅក្នុងវិទ្យាល័យនានានៅខេត្តព្រៃវែងជាលទ្ធផលកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំរដូវកាលទី1នៅទឹកដីព្រៃវែងបានបញ្ចប់ទៅរលូននិងជោគជ័យជាទីមោទនៈដែលបានឃើញនូវមោទនភាពចំពោះទេពកោសល្យសមត្ថភាពដ៏ប៉ិនប្រសប់របស់ម្ចាស់ជ័យលាភីទៅលើវិញ្ញាសាឯកបុគ្គលវិញ្ញាសានិងជ័យដណ្ដលលទ្ធផលទាំងនេះគឺបានបញ្ជាក់ឲ្យឃើញថាសមត្ថភាពបងប្អូននៅតាមបណ្ដាខេត្តមិនចាញ់បងប្អូននៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញឡើយក្រោយពីទទួលបានភាពជោគជ័យនិងបទពិសោធន៍ថ្មីនៅទឹកដីខេត្តព្រៃវែងនិងការគាំទ្រពីបណ្ដាសិស្សានុសិស្សតាមវិទ្យាល័យនានាស្ថាបនិកនៃកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំអាដាមសុខានិងលោកជំទាវកែវសុភីបានដាក់ទិសនិងចង្អុលបង្ហាញដល់គណៈកម្មការប្រតិបត្តិដោយបោះជំហានឆ្ពោះពីខេត្តព្រៃវែងមកបង្ហាញទៅលើទឹកដីដ៏សម្បូរបែបនៅខេត្តបាត់ដំបងនៃឆ្នាំ2021នេះហើយតាមផែនការសកម្មភាពរបស់គណៈកម្មការប្រតិបត្តិកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំបាត់ដំបងក្រុងនឹងរៀបចំដំណើរការជំរុះនៅថ្ងៃទី20ខែកុម្ភៈនិងបញ្ចប់កម្មវិធីទាំងស្រុងនៅថ្ងៃទី14ខែមីនាឆ្នាំ2021ក្រោមវត្តមានដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់សម្ដេចកលាហោមសខេងឧបនាយករដ្ឋមន្ត្រីក្រសួងមហាផ្ទៃប៉ុន្តែដោយសារមានករណីផ្ទុះកូវីដ-19 20កុម្ភៈក្នុងសហគមន៍កម្មវិធីមួយនេះត្រូវបានលើកពេលជាច្រើនលើកច្រើនសារទោះបីជាកម្ពុជាស្ថិតនៅក្រោមឥទ្ធិពលនៃជំងឺឆ្លងរីករាលដាលនៃជំងឺកូវីដដែលកំពុងរីករាលដាលនៅក្នុងសហគមន៍ក៏ពិតមែនតែมันអាចខ្លាយជារនាំងបាំងផ្លូវបងប្អូនសិស្សវិទ្យាល័យនៅក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងឡើយដោយមានបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីដាក់ពាក្យចូលរួមតាមប្រកួតប្រជែងតាមអនឡាញនិងតាមរយៈពាក្យស្នើសុំសរុបចំនួន204នាក់មកពីបណ្ដាសាលារដ្ឋនិងឯកជនចំនួន19ទូទាំងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងដើម្បីចូលរួមដណ្ដើមធ្វើជាម្ចាស់ជ័យលាភីលើវិញ្ញាសាឯកបុគ្គលនិងវិញ្ញាសាជជែកដណ្ដើមជាក្រុមនៃកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំប្រចាំខេត្តបាត់ដំបងកូវីដ-19គឺជាជំងឺមួយដ៏កាចសាហាវដែលទាមទារឲ្យបងប្អូនជាពលរដ្ឋយកចិត្តទុកដាក់ខ្ពស់ចូលរួមក្នុងការការពារទប់ស្កាត់ទាំងអស់គ្នាទោះបីនៅក្នុងកម្ពុជាស្ថិតមិនទាន់ស្ថិតក្នុងស្ថានភាពទូស្រាលពីជំងឺមួយនេះយ៉ាងណាក្តីក៏ប៉ុន្តែពុំអាចរារាំងនឹងកិច្ចដំណើរការរបស់គណៈកម្មការរៀបចំកម្មវិធីឡើយក្រោយទទួលបានគោលការណ៍ឯកភាពពីសហស្ថាបនិកវោហាឆ្នាំគណៈកម្មការរៀបចំកម្មវិធីសម្រាប់ដំណើរការកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំបាត់ដំបងនៅពេលផ្លូវការនៅពេលនេះដោយអនុវត្តតាមបែបគន្លងថ្មីដែលតម្រូវឲ្យគណៈកម្មការរៀបចំកម្មវិធីទៅរីរោបមធ្យោបាយនិងបែរខ្លួនទៅរកបំពេញការងារតាមលក្ខណៈបច្ចេកវិទ្យារស់នៅតាមបែបគន្លងសង្គមសម័យថ្មីជាក់ស្ដែងដំណើរការនៃការរៀបចំកម្មវិធីតាមប្រព័ន្ធ Digital គឺដើម្បីចូលរួមចំណាយជាមួយរាជរដ្ឋាភិបាលក្នុងការទប់ស្កាត់ការរីករាលដាលនៃជំងឺ Covid-19 និងស្របតាមវិធានការយ៉ាងម៉ឺងម៉ាត់3ការពារ3កុំរបស់សម្ដេចអគ្គមហាសេនាបតីតេជោហ៊ុនសែននាយករដ្ឋមន្ត្រីនៃប្រជាជាតិកម្ពុជាសេចក្តីណែនាំរបស់ក្រសួងសុខាភិបាលសេចក្តីណែនាំរបស់រដ្ឋបាលខេត្តដើម្បីរក្សាសុខសុវត្ថិភាពនិងសុខុមាលភាពអ្នកចូលរួមនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីនេះផងដែរគណៈធិបតីជាទីគោរពដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់អង្គពិធីទាំងមូលជាទីមេត្រីអនុញ្ញាតឲ្យខ្ញុំបាទសូមរាយការណ៍ដោយសង្ខេបនៅដំណើរការរៀបចំកម្មវិធីដូចខាងក្រោមកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំបាត់ដំបងនិងដំណើរការផ្លូវការចាប់ផ្ដើមនៅថ្ងៃទី4ខែកក្កដានាពេលនេះនឹងបញ្ចប់បិទកម្មវិធីនៅថ្ងៃទី25ខែកក្កដាឆ្នាំ2021កម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំបាត់ដំបងបែកចែកជាកម្មវិធី8ដំណាក់កាលសំខាន់រួមមានដំណាក់កាលនៃការបើកទទួលពាក្យដែលចាប់ផ្ដើមពីថ្ងៃទី11ខែធ្នូឆ្នាំ2020និងបញ្ចប់នៅថ្ងៃទី31ខែមករាឆ្នាំ2021ដំណាក់កាលទី2គឺវគ្គសិក្ខាសាលាផ្សព្វផ្សាយនៅកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំដែលយើងបានធ្វើរួចរាល់នៅថ្ងៃទី19ខែមករាឆ្នាំ2021ដែលមានសមាជិកភាពចូលរួមប្រមាណ256នាក់ដំណាក់កាលទី3គឺវគ្គជំរុះនិងតេស្តផ្ទាល់មាត់គឺយើងប្រព្រឹត្តទៅនៅថ្ងៃទី20ខែកុម្ភៈឆ្នាំ2021ជាលទ្ធផលសម្រាប់បានជំរុះបានបេក្ខជនដែលមានគុណភាពខ្ពស់សម្រាប់ចូលវគ្គបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាល Bootcamp ចំនួន60នាក់ដំណាក់កាលទី4គឺជាដំណាក់កាលបើកកម្មវិធីជាផ្លូវការនៅថ្ងៃទី4ខែកក្កដាឆ្នាំ2021នាពេលនេះដំណាក់កាលទី5គឺវគ្គបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាល Bootcamp ដែលមានរយៈពេល4ថ្ងៃចាប់ពីថ្ងៃទី4ខែកក្កដាដល់ថ្ងៃទី7ខែកក្កដាឆ្នាំ2021ដំណាក់កាលទី6គឺវគ្គជំរុះយកបេក្ខជនសម្រាប់វគ្គពាក់កណ្ដាលប្រៃព្រាត់ដែលយើងគ្រោងនឹងចាប់ផ្ដើមនៅថ្ងៃទី10ខែកក្កដាឆ្នាំ2021ដំណាក់កាលទី7គឺថ្ងៃទី18ខែកក្កដាឆ្នាំ2021គឺជាវគ្គជំរុះពាក់កណ្ដាលប្រៃព្រាត់និងដំណាក់កាលចុងក្រោយគឺជាវគ្គប្រកួតប្រៃព្រាត់ដែលយើងគ្រោងនឹងប្រព្រឹត្តទៅនៅថ្ងៃទី25ខែកក្កដាឆ្នាំ2021ក្នុងនាមខ្ញុំបាទជាប្រធានគណៈកម្មការប្រតិបត្តិនៃកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំនិងក្រុមការងារមានក្តីរំពឹងយ៉ាងមុតមមថាវត្តមាននៃកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំបាត់ដំបងនឹងផ្ដល់សារៈសំខាន់ជាច្រើនសម្បូរបែបនិងជាប្រយោជន៍ដល់បងប្អូនសិស្សវិទ្យាល័យទូទាំងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងនិងជាការចូលរួមចំណែកដ៏សំខាន់មួយដើម្បីបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលធនធានមនុស្សបន្តវេនដែលមានសមត្ថភាពគ្រប់គ្រាន់សម្រាប់បម្រើដល់សង្គមជាតិនិងប្រទេសជាតិទាំងមូលជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតខ្ញុំបាទសូមសម្ដែងនូវការដឹងគុណយ៉ាងជ្រាលជ្រៅចំពោះអាដាមសុខានិងលោកជំទាវកែវសួនសុភីដែលតែងតែផ្ដល់ឱកាសនិងផ្ដល់សេចក្តីទុកចិត្តដល់រូបខ្ញុំបាទជាប្រធានគណៈកម្មការប្រតិបត្តិរៀបចំកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំនេះពេលនេះនិងកម្មវិធីដទៃផ្សេងទៀតរូបខ្ញុំនិងក្រុមការងារសូមបដិញ្ញាដល់ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់និងបំពេញភារកិច្ចទាំងអស់ឲ្យបានជោគជ័យទទួលបានប្រសិទ្ធផលនិងស័ក្តិសិទ្ធិភាពទៅតាមការគ្រោងទុកជាមួយគ្នានេះផងដែរខ្ញុំបាទសូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណចំពោះក្រុមការងារប្រតិបត្តិទាំងអស់ដែលបានលះបង់កម្លាំងកាយចិត្តប្រាជ្ញាជ្រោមជ្រែងគ្រប់គ្រងដើម្បីរៀបចំកម្មវិធីមួយនេះឲ្យចេញរូបរាងឡើងនៅពេលនេះកម្មវិធីមួយដែលអាចលេចចេញនៅរូបរាងឡើងផងដែរគឺបានមកពីការឧបត្ថម្ភគ្រប់គ្រងទាំងស្រុងពីសំណាក់អាដាមសុខានិងលោកជំទាវកែវសុសុភីនិងដៃគូសហការឧបត្ថម្ភគ្រប់គ្រងទាំងវិស័យរដ្ឋនិងឯកជនរួមមានក្រសួងអប់រំយុវជននិងកីឡារដ្ឋបាលខេត្តបាត់ដំបងមន្ទីរអប់រំយុវជននិងកីឡាខេត្តបាត់ដំបងសហភាពសហព័ន្ធយុវជនកម្ពុជាខេត្តបាត់ដំបងសាកលវិទ្យាល័យជាតិបាត់ដំបងសាកលវិទ្យាល័យជាតិមានជ័យសាកលវិទ្យាល័យជាតិគ្រប់គ្រងសាកលវិទ្យាល័យភូមិន្ទនីតិសាស្ត្រនិងវិទ្យាសាស្ត្រសេដ្ឋកិច្ចសាកលវិទ្យាល័យ Belty អន្តរជាតិសាកលវិទ្យាល័យភ្នំពេញអន្តរជាតិក្រុមហ៊ុន Forward Software ធនាគារ Wing TO Group American Cola 606 Digital និងសន្តាគារកាមេរ៉ាបាត់ដំបងនិងបណ្ដាគារកម្ពុជាជាដើមទាំងនេះគឺបានបង្ហាញពីការយកចិត្តទុកដាក់ខ្ពស់ពីគ្រប់ភាគីពាក់ព័ន្ធទាំងវិស័យរដ្ឋនិងឯកជនក្នុងការវិនិយោគរួមនៅវិស័យបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលធនធានមនុស្សពង្រឹងសមត្ថភាពបន្ថែមដល់បងប្អូនដែលជាយុវសិស្សនៅតាមវិទ្យាល័យតាមបណ្ដាខេត្តដើម្បីឲ្យពួកគាត់មានសមត្ថភាពគ្រប់គ្រាន់និងស័ក្តិសមជាយុវជនឆ្នើមបន្តវេនដើម្បីកសាងអភិវឌ្ឍប្រទេសជាតិរបស់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងនាពេលអនាគតជាទីបញ្ចប់ខ្ញុំបាទសូមបួងសួងដល់ប្រសពស័ក្តិសិទ្ធិក្នុងលោកតាមគុំក្រងនិងប្រសិទ្ធពរជ័យចំពោះអាដាមគណៈធិបតីអាដាមសុខានិងលោកជំទាវកែវសុសុភីបត្រាបត្រីអាដាមលោកជំទាវអាដាមអាបាខេតអាដាមលោកជំទាវលោកស្រីលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូបងប្អូនបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីនិងទស្សនិកជនទាំងអស់សូមទទួលបានពុទ្ធពរទាំង4ប្រការអាយុវណ្ណៈសុខៈពលៈកបីគ្លៀងគ្លានឡើយជាពិសេសគឺជាផុតពីជំងឺដង្កាយសាហាវ COVID-19 សូមអរគុណ
សូមគោរពអរគុណលោកបណ្ឌិតអង្គស្រីពិសិដ្ឋដែលជាប្រធានគណៈកម្មការប្រតិបត្តិកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នើមសម្រាប់របាយការណ៍សង្ខេបពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងគម្រោងកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នើមខេត្តបាត់ដំបងអ្វីដែលជាការកត់សម្គាល់បើទោះបីជាបច្ចុប្បន្ននេះកម្ពុជាស្ថិតនៅក្នុងការប្រឈមប៉ះពាល់ដោយសារតែការឆ្លងរីករាលដាលនៃជំងឺ Covid-19 ក៏ពិតមែនប៉ុន្តែ Covid-19 មិនបានបង្កការរាំងស្ទះទៅដល់ស្ថាបនិកថ្នាក់ដឹកនាំក្រុមការងារបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីដែលបានខិតខំពុះពៀជំនះឧបសគ្គ Covid-19 ធ្វើយ៉ាងណាជំរុញឲ្យកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នើមខេត្តបាត់ដំបងប្រព្រឹត្តទៅឲ្យបានជោគជ័យប៉ុន្តែជោគជ័យឬក៏មិនជោគជ័យអាស្រ័យទៅលើការចូលរួមរបស់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាជាពិសេសគឺយើងបន្តអនុវត្តតាមបែបគន្លងថ្មីអរគុណណាស់ជាកម្មវិធីបន្តទៅទៀតនេះតាំងនាមគណៈចាត់តាំងកម្មវិធីនឹងខ្ញុំសូដាវ៉ាន់មានកិត្តិយសសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញឯកឧត្តមងួនរតនៈអភិបាលនៃគណៈអភិបាលខេត្តបាត់ដំបងមានចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍និងសំណេះសំណាលសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញ
បាទជាបឋមនៃបាទសូមគោរពឯកឧត្តមសសុខារដ្ឋលេខាធិការក្រសួងអប់រំយុវជននិងកីឡានិងជាអនុប្រធានសហភាពសហព័ន្ធយុវជនកម្ពុជាទទួលបន្ទុកខេត្តព្រៃវែងបាត់ដំបងនិងបន្ទាយមានជ័យនិងសូមគោរពលោកជំទាវកៅសួនសុភីសហស្ថាបនិកកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នើមជាទីគោរពដ៏ពងពោះឯកឧត្តមអភិបាលខេត្តបន្ទាយមានជ័យជាទីគោរពឯកឧត្តមសរដ្ឋាប្រធានសហភាពសហព័ន្ធយុវជនកម្ពុជាខេត្តបាត់ដំបងជាទីគោរពឯកឧត្តមប្រធានក្រុមការងារអភិវឌ្ឍយុវជនខេត្តបាត់ដំបងឯកឧត្តមបណ្ឌិតលោកបណ្ឌិតអង្គសេរីពិសិដ្ឋបាទប្រធានគណៈកម្មការប្រតិបត្តិកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នើមខេត្តបាត់ដំបងឯកឧត្តមលោកជំទាវជាភ្ញៀវកិត្តិយសមួយក្មួយជាបេក្ខជនក្នុងការប្រកួតប្រជែងកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នើមបាត់ដំបងទាំងអស់ជាទីគោរពស្រឡាញ់រាប់អានដ៏ជ្រាលជ្រៅថ្ងៃនេះតាំងនាមឲ្យរដ្ឋបាលខេត្តបាត់ដំបងនិងក្នុងនាមខ្ញុំបាទផ្ទាល់សូមសម្ដែងនូវក្តីសប្បាយរីករាយឥតឧបមាដោយបានចូលរួមក្នុងកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នើមបាត់ដំបងឆ្នាំ2021ក្រោមអធិបតីភាពដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់ឯកឧត្តមសសុខារដ្ឋលេខាធិការក្រសួងអប់រំយុវជននិងកីឡានិងជាអនុប្រធានសហភាពសហព័ន្ធយុវជនកម្ពុជាទទួលបន្ទុកខេត្តបាត់ដំបងព្រៃវែងនិងបន្ទាយមានជ័យនាឱកាសដ៏ថ្លៃថ្លានេះឯកឧត្តមគណៈអធិបតីទីគោរពអង្គពិធីទាំងមូលជាទីមេត្រីកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នើមជាកម្មវិធីមួយដ៏មានសារៈសំខាន់និងថ្មីមួយនៅលើទឹកដីបាត់ដំបងដែលបានផ្ដល់ឱកាសដល់ក្មួយៗជាសិស្សានុសិស្សទាំងគ្រឹះស្ថានសាធារណៈនិងឯកជនបានបង្ហាញអំពីសមត្ថភាពតាមរយៈការចូលរួមប្រកួតប្រជែងដែលមានលក្ខណៈជាបុគ្គលនិងការជជែកដេញដោលជាក្រុមព្រមទាំងលើកទឹកចិត្តក្មួយៗឲ្យមានភាពក្លាហានចូលរួមវាស់ស្ទង់នៅកម្រិតចំណេះដឹងនិងអភិវឌ្ឍសមត្ថភាពនៃការនិយាយភាសាអង់គ្លេសជាសាធារណៈតាមរយៈការឆ្លងកាត់ប្រកួតប្រជែងជាច្រើនវគ្គដោយអ្វីដែលប្រធានគណៈកម្មការបានបង្ហាញអំបញ្ញមិញលើសពីនេះទៅទៀតក្មួយៗជាបេក្ខជនទទួលបាននៅបទពិសោធន៍ចំណេះដឹងបន្ថែមដោយទទួលបានឱកាសនៃការចូលរួមវគ្គបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលខ្លីៗពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងបច្ចេកទេសនិយាយភាសាអង់គ្លេសជាសាធារណៈជាមួយលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូដែលមានជំនាញភាសាអង់គ្លេសនិងការរឹតចំណងសាមគ្គីក្នុងស្រុកយុវជនដែលមកពីគ្រឹះស្ថានផ្សេងៗក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងផងដែរក្នុងនាមរដ្ឋបាលខេត្តនិងក្រុមប្រឹក្សាខេត្តបាត់ដំបងសូមគោរពថ្លែងអំណរគុណយ៉ាងជ្រាលជ្រៅបំផុតចំពោះឯកឧត្តមសសុខារដ្ឋលេខាធិការក្រសួងអប់រំយុវជននិងកីឡានិងជាអនុប្រធានសហភាពសហព័ន្ធយុវជនកម្ពុជានិងលោកជំទាវជាទីគោរពនិងឯកឧត្តមសរដ្ឋាប្រធានសហភាពសហព័ន្ធយុវជនកម្ពុជាខេត្តបាត់ដំបងដែលតែងតែឧបត្ថម្ភគាំទ្រយ៉ាងពេញទំហឹងចំពោះវិស័យអប់រំយុវជននិងកីឡាក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងដូចជាការផ្ដល់នៅអាហារូបករណ៍ទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅប្រទេសការផ្ដល់សម្ភារៈសិក្សាសម្ភារៈកីឡាដល់សិស្សានុសិស្សក្រីក្រឧបត្ថម្ភគាំទ្រក្នុងការជួសជុលអគារសិក្សាក្នុងការបំពន់សិស្សថ្នាក់ទី12ដើម្បីត្រៀមប្រឡងសញ្ញាបត្រមធ្យមសិក្សាទុតិយភូមិ និងការផ្ដល់ឱកាសសិក្សាដល់យុវជនយើងក្នុងខេត្តឲ្យបានចូលរួមក្នុងការងារសង្គមផ្សេងៗដូចជាការងារសប្បុរសធម៌ការងារបរិស្ថានការងារអប់រំបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលតាមរយៈការបង្កើតឲ្យមានព្រឹត្តិការណ៍សំខាន់ៗជាច្រើនដូចជាព្រឹត្តិការណ៍រត់ម៉ារ៉ាតុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងការប្រកួតកីឡាផ្សេងៗការសម្អាតអនាម័យបរិស្ថានសាធារណៈនិងព្រឹត្តិការណ៍សង្ក្រាន្តឆ្នាំ2018និង2019ជាដើមជាពិសេសទៅទីនោះបាទសូមគោរពថ្លែងអំណរគុណយ៉ាងជ្រាលជ្រៅបំផុតចំពោះសម្ដេចកលាហោមសុខេងឧបនាយករដ្ឋមន្ត្រីក្រសួងមហាផ្ទៃនិងជាប្រធានក្រុមការងារថ្នាក់ជាតិចុះខេត្តបាត់ដំបងនិងជាអ្នកតំណាងរាស្ត្រមណ្ឌលបាត់ដំបងរបស់យើងតែងតែយកចិត្តទុកដាក់ដល់យុវជនដែលជាធនធានមិនអាចខ្វះបានសម្រាប់ប្រទេសជាតិទាំងមូលសម្រាប់បច្ចុប្បន្ននិងទៅអនាគតជាពិសេសសម្ដេចបានផ្ដល់នូវអនុសាសន៍ផ្ដួចផ្ដើមនិងគាំទ្រយ៉ាងពេញទំហឹងនៅកម្មវិធីប្រកួតប្រជែងវោហារសាស្ត្រឆ្នើមក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងឆ្នាំ2021នៅលើទឹកដីបាត់ដំបងនាឱកាសនេះផងដែរទីបញ្ចប់ខ្ញុំបាទសូមស្នើឲ្យថ្នាក់ដឹកនាំនៃមន្ទីរអប់រំយុវជនកីឡាគណៈគ្រប់គ្រងគ្រឹះស្ថានសិក្សាសាធារណៈឯកជនលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូបន្តខិតខំប្រឹងប្រែងបង្រៀនសិស្សានុសិស្សតាមគ្រប់រូបភាពនិងលទ្ធភាពជាពិសេសការបង្រៀនពីចម្ងាយទៅតាមប្រព័ន្ធអេឡិចត្រូនិកឬតាមរូបភាពបណ្ដុំតូចមិនឲ្យលើសពី10អ្នកក្នុងមួយបណ្ដុំចំពោះតំបន់ដែលមានហានិភ័យនិងសំណូមពរឲ្យសហព័ន្ធយុវជនកម្ពុជាខេត្តបាត់ដំបងនៅតែបន្តកិច្ចសហប្រតិបត្តិការសហការរៀបចំវោហារឆ្នើមនៅឆ្នាំក្រោយៗទៀតដើម្បីអភិវឌ្ឍធនធានមនុស្សក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងយើងឲ្យកាន់តែប្រសើរឡើងប្រកបដោយគុណភាពនិងសូមក្មួយបេក្ខជនត្រូវត្រៀមប្រកួតប្រជែងកម្មវិធីវោហារឆ្នើមបាត់ដំបងឆ្នាំ2021ទាំងអស់សូមខិតខំឲ្យអស់កម្លាំងកាយចិត្តនិងបញ្ចេញឲ្យអស់នូវសមត្ថភាពជំនាញនិងទេពកោសល្យដើម្បីឈានទៅដល់វគ្គផ្ដាច់ព្រាត់ទាំងអស់គ្នានិងសូមគោរពជូនពរអាយដាមសសុខានិងលោកជំទាវអាយដាមអស់លោកស្រីទាំងអស់និងក្មួយទាំងអស់សូមជួបតែពុទ្ធពរទាំង4ប្រការគឺអាយុវណ្ណៈសុខៈពលៈកំបីឃ្លៀងឃ្លាតឡើយបាទជាពិសេសសូមឲ្យជៀសឆ្ងាយនៅជំងឺ COVID ទាំងអស់គ្នាបាទដែលខេត្តបាត់ដំបងកំពុងតែមានការរាលដាលខ្លាំងក្នុងមួយសប្តាហ៍កន្លងមកនេះបាទសូមគោរពសូមអរគុណ
ចាសសូមគោរពថ្លែងអំណរគុណដ៏ជ្រាលជ្រៅជាទីបំផុតចំពោះឯកឧត្តមរតនៈអភិបាលនៃគណៈអភិបាលខេត្តបាត់ដំបងដែលបានបង្ហាញជូននៅចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍ដ៏មានអត្ថន័យជាពិសេសសូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណជាទីបំផុតសម្រាប់ការលះបង់ពេលវេលាដ៏មមាញឹកពីព្រោះថាថ្ងៃនេះនិងបច្ចុប្បន្ននេះខេត្តបាត់ដំបងក៏កំពុងតែប្រឹងប្រែងយ៉ាងយកចិត្តទុកដាក់បំផុតនៅក្នុងការទប់ស្កាត់នៃការនាំចូលនៃជំងឺ COVID-19 ជាពិសេសគឺបងប្អូនពលករដែលមកពីប្រទេសថៃប៉ុន្តែយ៉ាងណាដើម្បីបងប្អូនដែលជាបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីនៅក្នុងខេត្តហើយក្នុងនាមជាសមីខេត្តឯកឧត្តមបានចូលរួមនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីដ៏មានអត្ថន័យនៅថ្ងៃនេះសូមអរគុណនៅគណៈនេះខ្ញុំសូមអនុញ្ញាតឈានចូលដល់កម្មវិធីពិសេសជាបន្តទៀតគឺជាការសំណេះសំណាលនិងជាការប្រកាសពិធីបើកវោហារឆ្នើមខេត្តបាត់ដំបងក្រោមអធិបតីភាពឯកឧត្តមសសុខារដ្ឋលេខាធិការក្រសួងអប់រំយុវជននិងកីឡានិងជាប្រធានគណៈកម្មការរៀបចំកម្មវិធីវោហារឆ្នើមនេះខ្ញុំសូមមានកិត្តិយសគោរពអញ្ជើញវត្តមានឯកឧត្តមសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញ
សូមអរគុណសូមអនុញ្ញាតគោរពអាដាមមនោទនៈអភិបាលនៃគណៈអភិបាលខេត្តបាត់ដំបងទីគោរពអាដាមអ៊ុំរិត្រីអភិបាលនៃគណៈអភិបាលខេត្តបន្ទាយមានជ័យជាទីគោរពអាដាមប្រធានកពី78បាត់ដំបងនិងបន្ទាយមានជ័យជាទីគោរពអាដាមសុកវាសនាប្រធានក្រុមការងារអវត្តយុវជនខេត្តបាត់ដំបងជាទីគោរពអាដាមលោកជំទាវលោកស្រីនិងកញ្ញាសមាជិកាក្រុមការងាររៀបចំកម្មវិធីបងប្អូនក្មួយសិស្សានុសិស្សបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីដែលមានវត្តមានទាំងអស់ជាទីគោរពនិងជាទីរាប់អានថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំបាទពិតជាមានសេចក្តីសំណររីករាយក៏ដូចជាក្រុមគ្រួសារដែលបានចូលរួមជាគណៈអធិបតីក្នុងកម្មវិធីបើកវោហារឆ្នើមខេត្តបាត់ដំបងដែលជាកម្មវិធីមួយប្រកួតប្រជែងនៅចំណេះដឹងសមត្ថភាពនិងទេពកោសល្យលើការនិយាយភាសាអង់គ្លេសជាសាធារណៈលក្ខណៈបុគ្គលនិងក្រុម សម្រាប់សិស្សវិទ្យាល័យក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងនាពេលនេះហើយក៏ស្របទៅនឹងបរិបទពិភពលោកដែលកំពុងមានការរីកចម្រើនខាងផ្នែកបច្ចេកវិទ្យានិងការវិវត្តថ្មីជាច្រើនទៀតផងដែរគិតក្នុងឱកាសនេះខ្ញុំបាទសូមសម្ដែងនៅការកោតសរសើរនិងថ្លែងអំណរគុណចំពោះរដ្ឋបាលខេត្តបាត់ដំបងមន្ទីរខេត្តនិងអង្គភាពពាក់ព័ន្ធដែលបានផ្ដល់កិច្ចសហប្រតិការចូលរួមយ៉ាងសកម្មជាមួយក្រុមការងារវ៉ាឆ្នើមចាប់ពីដំណាក់កាលរៀបចំសិក្ខាសាលាផ្សព្វផ្សាយមកដល់ដំណាក់កាលបើកកម្មវិធីនាថ្ងៃនេះដោយរលូននិងតាមលទ្ធផលតាមការគ្រោងទុកខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមថាកម្មវិធីវ៉ាឆ្នើមសម្រាប់ខេត្តបាត់ដំបងនាពេលនេះនឹងទទួលបានគាំទ្រយ៉ាងច្រើនពីសំណាក់បងប្អូនប្រជាពលរដ្ឋក្នុងខេត្តជាពិសេសបងប្អូនក្មួយសិស្សានុសិស្សវិទ្យាល័យនិងការជ្រើសរើសបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីជ័យលាភីជាបុគ្គលឬជាក្រុមនៅដំណាក់កាលប្រកួតដាច់ព្រាត់ប្រកបដោយសមត្ថភាពនិងចំណេះដឹងទេពកោសល្យខ្ពស់ស្របទៅនឹងលក្ខណៈនៃកម្មវិធីដែលបានកំណត់ជូនសូមបញ្ជាក់ផងដែរថាថ្មីនេះកម្ពុជារបស់យើងក៏ដូចជាសកលពិភពលោកបានទទួលនៅការរីករាលដាលហើយក្នុងនោះកម្ពុជារបស់យើងមិនខុសពីការរីករាលដាលនៅប្រទេសជិតខាងរបស់យើងផងដែរប៉ុន្តែថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំមិនលើកឡើងនៅប្រទេសរបស់យើងប្រទេសរបស់គេទេប៉ុន្តែនៅប្រទេសរបស់យើងគឺមានការរីករាលដាលច្រើនហើយការស្លាប់ក៏មានការកើនឡើងហើយនេះជាហានិភ័យមួយខ្ពស់សម្រាប់នៅក្នុងកម្ពុជារបស់យើងហើយទូរលេខដែលយើងទទួលបានចុងក្រោយរបស់ក្រសួងសុខាភិបាលគឺម្ដងមកនេះគឺមានអ្នកឆ្លងហើយនឹងព្យាបាលគឺមានរហូតដល់10000នាក់ហើយអ្នកស្លាប់ម្ដងមកនេះមានរហូតជិតដល់600នាក់ហើយកម្ពុជារបស់យើងក៏ដូចជានៅក្នុងតំបន់ក៏មិនខុសពីគេដែរក៏មានការទទួលការឆ្លងនាំចូលប្រភេទវីរុសថ្មីគឺ Delta នេះមានការឆ្លងកាចសាហាវជាងមុនហើយមានការហៅថារស់នៅលើខ្យល់ឬមួយរស់នៅទៅលើប៉ះពាល់ទៅលើដែកឬមួយលើជ័រយូរជាងមុនដូច្នេះហើយក៏សូមប្រុងប្រយ័ត្នទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយក្នុងនោះយើងបានដឹងទាំងអស់គ្នាថាក្រសួងសុខាភិបាលជាពិសេសអ្នកនាំពាក្យបាទលោកជំទាវ អវណ្ឌិនបានលើកឡើងថាកម្ពុជារបស់យើងគឺបានឆ្លងកាត់បាទដល់បន្ទាត់ក្រហមហើយដូច្នេះយើងត្រូវការចូលរួមទាំងអស់គ្នាដើម្បីទប់ស្កាត់ការរីករាលដាលនេះដែលឡែកចំពោះកម្មវិធីវ៉ាឆ្នើមនាពេលនេះគោលបំណងនៃការបង្កើតគឺការផ្ដល់ឱកាសសម្រាប់បងប្អូនក្មួយសិស្សានុសិស្សនៅតាមកម្រិតវិទ្យាល័យចូលរួមសាកល្បងបញ្ចេញសមត្ថភាពទេពកោសល្យនិងចំណេះដឹងដែលមានមកប្រកួតប្រជែងដើម្បីបង្កើនសមត្ថភាពក្នុងការទំនាក់ទំនងជាសាធារណៈជួយបង្កើនភាពក្លាហាននិងជំរុញឲ្យសិស្សនិស្សិតរៀនភាសាអង់គ្លេសអាចនឹងចូលរួមបញ្ចេញមតិក៏ដូចជាការស្វ័យតិចទៀនខ្លួនឯងផងដែរក្នុងការរៀនភាសាអង់គ្លេសកន្លងមកនេះតើយើងអាចដល់កំពូលណាឬមួយដល់កម្រិតណាដើម្បីចូលរួមប្រកួតជាការវាយតម្លៃនៃការខិតខំប្រឹងប្រែងរបស់ខ្លួនក៏ដូចជាការខិតខំប្រឹងប្រែងរបស់ក្រុមគ្រួសារក្នុងការដាក់ទុនចំពោះលើក្រុមគ្រួសារបងប្អូនក្មួយទាំងអស់លើវិស័យអប់រំនេះក្នុងផងដែរក៏ខ្ញុំសូមបញ្ជាក់ផងដែរថាភាពជោគជ័យនៃកម្មវិធីនេះដែលបានរៀបចំនៅក្នុងខេត្តព្រៃវែងអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំឃើញអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំហៅថាទទួលភាពរំភើបពីកម្មវិធីនេះគឺយើងមិននឹកស្មានថានៅក្នុងខេត្តព្រៃវែងមានបងប្អូនសានុសិស្សនិយាយភាសាអង់គ្លេសស្មើនឹងបើយើងបិទភ្នែកទៅស្មើនឹងស្មានតែពួកគាត់នឹងរៀនភាសាអង់គ្លេសនៅក្រៅប្រទេសបាទផ្ទុយទៅវិញគឺនៅតែក្នុងខេត្តព្រៃវែងទេមិនបានចេញទេបាទដូចគ្នាដែរនៅក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងតាមរយៈវីដេអូខ្លីៗបងប្អូនដែលបានហៅថាថតប្រហែលវិនាទីជូនទៅដល់គណៈកម្មការរៀបចំដែលបានរៀបចំហើយជាពិសេសដែលបានបញ្ជូនរូបភាពវីដេអូនេះតាមក្នុងក្រុម Telegram របស់យើងខ្ញុំគឺបងប្អូនមួយចំនួននិយាយភាសាអង់គ្លេសបើប្រៀបធៀបនឹងអាយុស្មើគ្នាបែបនិយាយល្អជាងបងពូទៀតបាទបងពូទៀតហើយបើត្រឡប់ទៅវិញដាក់សញ្ញាសួរបងប្អូនក្មួយទាំងអស់ มันបានទៅរៀននៅក្រៅប្រទេសតែរៀននៅក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងរបស់យើងនឹងអញ្ចឹងមានន័យថាវិស័យអប់រំទាំងរដ្ឋទាំងឯកជនគឺមានហៅថាការរីកចម្រើនមួយគាត់ក៏សម្គាល់ដែលយើងមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានពីការកាត់ខំប្រឹងប្រែងរបស់ក្រសួងអប់រំយុវជនកីឡាហើយជាពិសេសមន្ទីរហើយនិងរដ្ឋបាលខេត្តយើងដឹងហើយទុនធានមនុស្សគឺជាអាវុធដ៏សំខាន់ក្នុងការអភិវឌ្ឍសង្គមប្រទេសជាតិហើយជាពិសេសក្រុមគ្រួសារខ្លួនឯងតែម្ដងហើយតែអស្ចារ្យមួយទៀតដែលយើងមិនអាចហៅថាមើលរំលងបានគឺការគ្រប់គ្រងបាទការលើកទឹកចិត្តពីឪពុកម្ដាយអ៊ំពូមីងក្នុងការជំរុញឲ្យបងប្អូនមកប្រឡងនេះពិតមែនហើយថាបងប្អូនបានមកប្រឡងរួមមួយបានដាក់ឈ្មោះអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំគិតឃើញគឺថាយើងទទួលបានជ័យជំនះរួចមួយទៅហើយបាទគឺការជ័យជំនះនៅការភ័យខ្លាចនៃការហៅថាលះបង់មួយឆន្ទៈមួយក្នុងការបង្ហាញសមត្ថភាពខ្ញុំទទួលស្គាល់ថាអាយុបងប្អូនមួយចំនួន17 18 19ដល់ក្រោម20ឲ្យឡើងនិយាយជាសាធារណៈពេលអាយុបងប្អូនពេលខ្ញុំបាទជាមួយក្រុមគ្រួសារមិនចាំបាច់ដល់10នាក់ទេតែ5 6នាក់និយាយមុខគេនឹងក៏និយាយមិនចង់ចេញផងបាទអញ្ចឹងក៏សូមកោតសរសើរដោយស្មោះចំពោះការខិតខំប្រឹងប្រែងមានះហើយជាពិសេសខ្ញុំគិតថាបងប្អូនបន្ទាប់ពីបានបទពិសោធន៍ដែលក្រុមការងារបានបង្កើតនេះមកហើយខ្ញុំគិតថានឹងយកការងារនេះជាទុនបាទជាទុនបន្ថែមដើម្បីពង្រឹងសមត្ថភាពហើយឈ្នះចាញ់ខ្ញុំគិតថាជារឿងការចូលរួមឬមួយការបង្កើតនៃកម្មវិធីទេបាទសូមណាកើតកម្មវិធីតែមានឈ្នះចាញ់ឯងប៉ុន្តែផ្ទុយទៅវិញការចាញ់របស់យើងគឺសូមឲ្យយកអានេះជាទុនបន្ថែមក្នុងការពង្រឹងការខ្វះខាតរបស់យើងបាទកុំហើយជាពិសេសបើអ្នកដែលទទួលជ័យលើ2កុំហៅថាកុំជាសេះប្រឡែងដៃផ្ទុយទៅវិញយកអានេះដើម្បីពង្រឹងកាន់ឲ្យមានភាពចម្រើនរឹងមាំក្នុងការអភិវឌ្ឍខ្លួនឯងក្នុងវិស័យផ្សេងទៀតហើយជាពិសេសក្នុងវិស័យអប់រំវិស័យសិក្សានេះបាទចឹងហើយបងប្អូនដែលចូលរួមក្នុងកម្មវិធីនាពេលថ្ងៃនេះព្រឹកនេះខ្ញុំគិតថាបងប្អូនសិតសឹងតែអនាគតបាទជាអ្នកដឹកនាំអស្ចារ្យក្នុងខេត្តរបស់ខ្លួនហើយក្នុងនោះខ្ញុំសូមសារភាពទៅពិតមែនថាយើងបានធ្វើក្នុងខេត្តព្រៃវែងតែពិតការងារនេះបានឃើញបាទអាដាមអ៊ុំរាត្រីគាត់បង្កើតកម្មវិធីនេះមួយនៅក្នុងខេត្តបន្ទាយមានជ័យយូរហើយបាទប៉ុន្តែមិនមែនជាភាសាអង់គ្លេសសំទោសជាភាសាអង់គ្លេសដែរប៉ុន្តែវាបូកចូលគ្នាជាភាសាចិនមួយទៀតបាទជាលក្ខណៈជាក្រុមលក្ខណៈបុគ្គលនេះចឹងហើយតាមរយៈនេះហើយក៏បានលើកជាផែនការរួមមួយរបស់ក្រុមមហាឆ្នាំដែលមានការព្រួយផ្ដើមពីសម្ដេចកន្លះហោមផងយើងក៏បានចាប់ដើមនៅក្នុងខេត្តព្រៃវែងដែលមានបេក្ខជនរាប់រយនាក់បាទបានចូលរួមហើយដោយបញ្ចប់ដោយភាពពិតមែនថាមានភាពស្រក់ទឹកភ្នែកប៉ុន្តែស្រក់ទឹកភ្នែកលក្ខណៈសប្បាយលក្ខណៈរំភើបលក្ខណៈមួយប្រកបដោយជាក្រុមគ្រួសារហើយនៅទីនេះពិតមែនថាយើងមិនបានជួបគ្នាជាក់ស្ដែងមុខមួយទល់មួយពីរទល់ពីរលក្ខណៈក្រុមជាក្រុមក្តីប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំគិតថាក៏យើងបន្សល់នៅបទពិសោធន៍ល្អៗដើម្បីយកទៅកែតម្រូវនៅពេលខាងមុខផងដែរទាំងបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីក៏ដូចជាក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងដោយបណ្ដាបានលើកឡើងមិញកម្មស៊ីរបស់យើងគឺថាការងារនេះយើងអត់ឲ្យកូវីដរាំងស្ទះការងារយើងទេចឹងហើយការងារបន្ទាប់គឺយើងឈានទៅធ្វើនៅខេត្តបន្ទាយមានជ័យបន្ទាប់ពីបាត់ដំបងហើយបន្ទាប់ពីនេះមកយើងអាចយកអ្នកជ័យលាភីខេត្តនីមួយឬមួយ top 10 ខេត្តនីមួយហ្នឹង3ហ្នឹងប្រកួតគ្នាម្ដងទៀតបាទដើម្បីឲ្យហៅថាអ្នកខ្លាំងប្រកួតគ្នាឲ្យដឹងថានរណាខ្លាំងពិតមែនប្រកបបាទអញ្ចឹងនេះសិស្សតែជាការងារមួយដែលផ្នែកសង្គមដែលក្រុមការងារមហាឆ្នាំរបស់យើងព្រួយផ្ដើមពីសម្ដេចកន្លះហោមក៏ដូចជាថ្នាក់ដឹកនាំរបស់ខេត្តព្រៃវែងក្នុងការចូលរួមបាទកម្រិតផ្នែកទូចណាមួយវិស័យអប់រំផ្ដល់ឱកាសជូនទៅដល់បងប្អូនក្រុមវងដែរក៏ខ្ញុំសូមផ្ដាំផ្ញើបាទការងារខ្លះក៏ដូចជាជូនពរខ្លះទៅដល់ក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងទី1គឺសូមឲ្យក្រុមការងារប្រតិបត្តិរៀបចំកម្មវិធីមហាឆ្នាំនេះបន្តសហការជាមួយរដ្ឋបាលខេត្តមន្ទីរអង្គភាពពាក់ព័ន្ធផ្សេងដើម្បីការងាររបស់យើងទទួលបាននៅភាពល្អប្រសើរ តាមដំណាក់កាលនីមួយៗក្នុងការដែលយើងគ្រោងទុកពីគណៈកម្មការបច្ចេកទេសត្រូវត្រួតពិនិត្យនិងជ្រើសយកវិញ្ញាសាដែលឆ្លុះបញ្ចាំងពីការដឹកនាំរបស់ការងារសង្គមហើយជាពិសេសការអភិវឌ្ឍការងារដែលកំពុងហៅថាពេញនិយមឬមួយហៅថាការងារដែលកំពុងកើតនៅក្នុងសង្គមពេលបច្ចុប្បន្នក៏ដូចក្នុងពិភពលោកទី3ក៏សូមស្នើបាទថ្នាក់ដឹកនាំមន្ទីរការិយាល័យអប់រំយុវជនកីឡាខេត្តស្រុកក្រុងបន្តយកចិត្តទុកដាក់និងលើកការអនុវត្តការងារឲ្យមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាំងការគ្រប់គ្រងមន្ត្រីក្រមអាវ៉ាត់តាមដានត្រួតពិនិត្យការងារប្រចាំសាលារៀនគ្រប់កម្រិតនិងការគ្រប់គ្រងបង្រៀននៅតាមប្រព័ន្ធអនឡាញយើងដឹងហើយថាប្រព័ន្ធអនឡាញមកដល់ម៉ោងនេះគឺជាប្រព័ន្ធតែមួយគត់ក្នុងការទំនាក់ទំនងគ្នារវាងក្រុមនីមួយៗបុគ្គលនីមួយៗដើម្បីបន្តនិរន្តរភាពការងាររបស់ខ្លួនដូច្នេះហើយសូមឲ្យយកប្រព័ន្ធអនឡាញជាប្រព័ន្ធគោលក្នុងការផ្នែកទំនាក់ទំនងក្នុងនោះបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីដែលបានឆ្លងផុតវគ្គជំរុះតេស្តផ្ទាល់មាត់នេះត្រូវខិតខំប្រឹងប្រែងបន្តពង្រឹងឲ្យជាពិសេសដោយអាដាមអាបាលនៃគណៈបាលខេត្តបាត់ដំបងបានលើកឡើងការប្រមូលផ្ដុំការជួបជុំធ្វើម៉េចកុំឲ្យច្រើនគ្នាជ្រុលមានតែកុំឲ្យលើស10នាក់ដោយសារតែបន្ទាប់ពីបានឆ្លងវគ្គហៅថាវគ្គជំរុះនេះហើយបងប្អូននឹងអាចជួបជុំគ្នាតាមរយៈ Zoom កាន់តែល្អប៉ុន្តែបើយើងពេលការងារខ្លះវាមិនអាចជួបបានយើងទៅជួបមែនតើជួបផ្ទាល់ប៉ុន្តែកុំឲ្យលើស10នាក់គឺធ្វើម៉េចចែករំលែកបទពិសោធន៍គ្នាច្រើនកុំឲ្យការបង្កើតកម្មវិធីនេះគ្រាន់តែជាការកម្មវិធីមួយហើយបិទតែកុំព្យូទ័ររៀងៗខ្លួនយើងចប់ទៅផ្ទះរៀងខ្លួនប៉ុន្តែសូមឲ្យស្រូបនៅយកឱកាសដ៏វិសេសវិសាលនេះហើយជាពិសេសផងដែរបើយើងឈ្នះឧទាហរណ៍យើងទទួលបានជ័យលាភីកម្រិតណាមួយខ្ញុំគិតថារដ្ឋបាលខេត្តគួរតែគិតគូរផងដែរក្នុងការអនាគតបាទជាចូលរួមជាក្របខ័ណ្ឌនៅមន្ត្រីរបស់រដ្ឋបាលខេត្តឬមួយមន្ទីរពាក់ព័ន្ធដែលចាប់អារម្មណ៍ក្នុងការទទួលយកនៅបុគ្គលឆ្នាំពិភពបុគ្គលឆ្នាំទាំងអស់នេះគឺជាបុគ្គលមួយដែលបានឆ្លងកាត់នៅវគ្គជំរុះបានត្រឹមត្រូវប្រឡងបានត្រឹមត្រូវហើយជាពិសេសសក្តិដើម្បីចម្រាញ់យកអ្នកដែលមានគុណភាពខ្ពស់ដែលអាចផ្ដល់នៅទូនទីភារកិច្ចមួយចំនួននៅពេលអនាគតក្នុងការងាររដ្ឋបាលបាទការងាររដ្ឋាភិបាលចឹងហើយសូមឲ្យបងប្អូនកុំគិតថាគាត់ទៅប្រឡងលើកនេះគាត់ទៅចង់ឈ្នះហើយចាញ់ហើយចប់ប៉ុណ្ណឹងមែនទេនៅទីនេះគឺជា platform គឺជាបង្អួចមួយក្នុងការបង្ហាញនៅក្នុងរដ្ឋបាលខេត្តរបស់យើងក៏ដូចជាបង្ហាញនៅក្នុងតាមបណ្ដាសង្គម Facebook ក្តីឬមួយយើងកំពុង live ក្តីនេះឬមួយអាចក្រុមហ៊ុនដែរបាទអាចចាប់អារម្មណ៍បងប្អូននៅពេលអនាគតមកធ្វើការជាមួយក្រុមហ៊ុនរបស់ខ្លួនចឹងហើយលើកទីនេះជា platform មួយដើម្បីហៅថាផ្សព្វផ្សាយធ្វើ marketing ឲ្យខ្លួនឯងបាទឲ្យខ្លួនឯងទី5សូមឲ្យមានការរៀបចំផែនការការវិភាគបាទការស្វ័យសិក្សាឲ្យបានហ្មត់ចត់ហើយការងារនេះខ្ញុំក៏សូមទទូចបាទគ្មានអីក្រៅពីការរៀបចំមកដល់ម៉ោងនេះពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងការស្វ័យសិក្សាទេដោយសារតែសាលាក៏ត្រូវបានបិទមិនទាន់មានការអនុញ្ញាតឲ្យបើកហើយប្រហែលមុននេះអាទិត្យមុននេះក៏បានប្រជុំនៅតាមបណ្ដាគ្រឹះស្ថានឧត្តមសិក្សាមួយចំនួននៅតាមបណ្ដាបោះរដ្ឋក៏ដូចជាឯកជនក៏មានការមិនទាន់មានការអនុញ្ញាតឲ្យបើកផងដែរអញ្ចឹងហើយក៏សូមឲ្យយើងយកប្រព័ន្ធទំនាក់ទំនងក៏ដូចជា Zoom ឬមួយតាមប្រព័ន្ធអេឡិចត្រូនិកផ្សេងៗទៀតយកជាប្រព័ន្ធគោលដើម្បីធ្វើការទំនាក់ទំនងដូច្នេះហើយការស្វ័យសិក្សាទាំងអស់សូមឲ្យមានការរៀបចំជា topic ឲ្យបានត្រឹមត្រូវដើម្បីយើងយកទៅកុំឲ្យយើងចេះតែនិយាយផ្ដេសផ្ដាស់គ្មានបានផលឬមួយបានគុណសម្បត្តិមកវិញទី7ត្រូវតែប្រឹងប្រែងបាទសិក្សារៀនសូត្រទាំងចំណេះដឹងនិងចំណេះធ្វើប្រកាន់ភ្ជាប់នៅសីលធម៌ក្នុងសង្គមការងារនេះខ្ញុំគិតថាលោកប្រធានសសយកសំទុះកពី78ខេត្តបាត់ដំបងក៏ដូចជាខេត្តបន្ទាយមានជ័យបានចូលរួមនៅពេលព្រឹកនេះក៏ដូចជាអាដាមសុកវាសនាប្រធានក្រុមការងារអវត្តយុវជនខេត្តបាត់ដំបងបានចូលរួមច្រើនហើយក្នុងនោះក៏សូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណទៅដល់ប្រធានមន្ទីរអប់រំយុវជនកីឡាខេត្តក៏ដូចជាមន្ទីរពាក់ព័ន្ធជាតិដូចជាមន្ទីរសាធារណការដឹងជូនលោកព្រួនរិទ្ធាដែលបានចូលរួមយ៉ាងសកម្មទៅលើការងារផ្ដល់ឱកាសបាទផ្ដល់ឱកាសនឹងចែករំលែកជូនទៅដល់បងប្អូនការងារមួយចំនួនហើយជាពិសេសពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងការងារមនុស្សធម៌និងសង្គមនេះ ទី8គឺការចែករំលែកចំណេះដឹងដល់អ្នកដទៃតាមរយៈការផ្សព្វផ្សាយនិងការវឹកហាត់នៅសមត្ថភាពចំណេះដឹងនិងទទួលបាននៅមតិក៏ដូចជាធាតុចូលផ្សេងទៀតដល់អ្នកដទៃនៅទីនេះយើងមានក្រុមការងារមួយចំនួនដែលក្រុមការងារមហាឆ្នើមសិតសឹងតែជាក្រុមការងារមិនមែនឲ្យថាក្រុមការងារមហាឆ្នើមនេះជាក្រុមការងារថ្មីបាទបើយើងដាក់សញ្ញាសួរមហាឆ្នើមកើតបានប្រហែលឆ្នាំហើយថ្មីទេប៉ុន្តែបុគ្គលអ្នកដែលមកទទួលការងារនេះមិនមែនថ្មីទេសិតសឹងតែជានៅស្ថាប័នឯកជនក្តីអង្គការក្តីរាជរដ្ឋាភិបាលក្តីមានបទពិសោធន៍ការងារមិនក្រោមតិចជាង20ឆ្នាំទេទាំងវិស័យឯកជនជាដើមឡើយបាទហើយនៅទីនេះខ្ញុំមិនចូលរួមជួយប្រម៉ូទទេប៉ុន្តែមានម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនផង CEO របស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនផងដែលចូលរួមចែករំលែកបទពិសោធន៍បងប្អូននៅពេលខាងមុខនេះបាទអញ្ចឹងហើយជាឱកាសមួយផងដែរក្នុងការប្រម៉ូទខ្លួនឯងឲ្យបានល្អឲ្យខ្លាំងអាចពួកគាត់នឹងចាប់អារម្មណ៍ពេលបងប្អូនចប់សិក្សាកម្រិតណាមួយលោកនឹងអាចនឹងផ្ដល់ឱកាសឲ្យចូលរួមទាំងវិស័យឯកជនវិស័យរដ្ឋជាដើមអញ្ចឹងហើយបើខ្ញុំមើលឈ្មោះក្រុមហ៊ុនបាទឈ្មោះក្រុមហ៊ុនដែលបានចូលរួមក្នុងព្រឹកនេះទាំង CEO ទាំង Owner ទាំងម្ចាស់ភាគហ៊ុនឬមួយម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនបូកសរុបទៅមិនបូកសរុបទាំងអស់គ្នាទៅបើបុគ្គលិកដែលនៅខាងក្រោមក្រុមហ៊ុន 4-5 នេះមិនក្រោមជាង2ទៅ3000ជាងអ្នកទេច្រើនណាស់បាទច្រើនមែនទែនហ្មងអញ្ចឹងហើយជាឱកាសមួយ platform មួយធំណាស់សម្រាប់បងប្អូនដើម្បីផ្សព្វផ្សាយខ្លួនឯងហើយអញ្ចឹងហើយចែករំលែកពីសំណាក់បងគណៈគ្រប់គ្រងទាំងអស់នេះមានសារៈសំខាន់ណាស់ពីព្រោះគាត់មិនមែនសម័យឬមួយសុបិនមកចែករំលែកគឺគាត់បានអនុវត្តផ្ទាល់តែម្ដងបាទអនុវត្តផ្ទាល់តែម្ដងហើយនេះសឹមតែជាការងារមួយដែលយើងចង់បានធំផុតក្នុងនោះទី9គឺការសិក្សាពីមនុស្សជុំវិញខ្លួនរួមទាំងអ្នកដទៃដូចជាតាមរយៈការជួបជុំកម្មវិធីសំណេះសំណាលវគ្គបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលសិក្ខាសាលានិងបទបង្ហាញជាដើមទី10សិក្សាពីមនុស្សដែលមានវ័យចាស់មែនតើទៅវ័យចាស់វ័យក្មេងយើងសិតសឹងតែជាអ្នកជុំវិញខ្លួនដែលយើងអាចប្រមូលនៅធាតុចូលពីព្រោះមិនមែនថាយើងរៀនសូត្រតែវ័យចាស់ហើយសូម្បីតែមិត្តភក្តិរបស់យើងក៏នៅយើងទៅរៀនសូត្រពីគាត់បានដែរគាត់ថាបទពិសោធន៍ទាំងអស់ដែលចែករំលែកសិតសឹងតែជាបទពិសោធន៍មួយដែលជាក់លាក់ជាក់ស្ដែងក្នុងការផ្ដល់ឱកាសកុំឲ្យបងប្អូនធ្វើទៅឬមួយមកធ្វើទៅដែលគាត់ហ្នឹងកុំឲ្យខុសដូចគាត់បាទតម្រង់ទិសឲ្យកាន់តែត្រូវទៅដើរលើផ្លូវត្រូវបាទនឹងទី11គឺរៀនស្វែងយល់ពីអត្តចរិតបាទបុគ្គលិកលក្ខណៈធ្វើម៉េចឲ្យបានទូលំទូលាយក្នុងការទទួលនឹងភាពជោគជ័យនិងការទទួលយកដើម្បីកែលម្អធ្វើម៉េចពីព្រោះជារួមការងារចុងក្រោយនេះក៏ខ្ញុំសូមសង្កត់ធ្ងន់បន្តិចគឺថាខ្ញុំចង់ឲ្យបងប្អូនក៏ដូចថ្នាក់ដឹកនាំទាំងអស់គ្នាជាពិសេសបងប្អូនសាមសិស្សមិនអាចយកអ្វីដែលបងចែករំលែកទៅនេះថាគាត់ធ្វើដើរយើងធ្វើដើរទេបាទអញ្ចឹងបុគ្គលនីមួយភាពជោគជ័យនីមួយគឺមានតាមលក្ខណៈទេសៈរបស់ខ្លួនបាទដោយខ្ញុំបានលើកឡើងច្រើនកន្លែងគឺថាសុបិនរបស់បងប្អូននៅក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងអាចខុសសុបិនបងប្អូនយុវជននៅក្នុងខេត្តព្រៃវែងខុសសុបិនបងប្អូនយុវជននៅខេត្តបន្ទាយមានជ័យដែលមានឬមួយខុសសុបិនបងប្អូនដែលនៅក្នុងខេត្តបណ្ដាផ្សេងទៀតចឹងហើយការជោគជ័យបុគ្គលម្នាក់គឺពឹងទៅលើធំបំផុតខ្លួនឯងទី2គឺហៅថាសំណាងក៏ថាបានហើយនឹងទី3គឺប្រស័យតាក់ទងបាទប្រស័យតាក់ទងនេះគឺអំពើល្អរបស់យើងតែម្ដងបាទមិនមែនតាក់ទងដើម្បីធ្វើបាបបុគ្គលកខទេប៉ុន្តែតាក់ទងដើម្បីអំពើល្អបង្ហាញថាខ្ញុំមានគុណភាពខ្ញុំអាចចូលរួមជួយបានហើយជួយកុំគិតថាខ្ញុំជួយដើម្បីយើងបានធ្វើនេះធ្វើនោះចាំយើងជួយមិនមែនទេជួយដោយស្មោះហើយគេឃើញអំពើល្អរបស់យើងជាប្រស័យក្នុងការចាប់ផ្ដើមទំនាក់ទំនងឬមួយផ្ដល់នៅភាពកក់ក្ដៅដើម្បីបកគលការងារកាន់តែមានភាពទទួលខុសត្រូវខ្ពស់ជាងមុនបាទហើយសូមឲ្យទទួលយកនៅឱកាសការងារគ្រប់ការងារទាំងអស់សូមឲ្យទទួលយកហើយធ្វើឲ្យល្អដើម្បីខ្លួនឯងព្រោះបើយើងធ្វើឲ្យល្អហើយ ទាំងឪពុកម្ដាយក្រុមគ្រួសារយើងចាប់ដើមវាយតម្លៃកូនខ្ញុំបានដាក់ទុនរាប់ម៉ឺនរាប់សែនរាប់លានតាំងពីកើតសូនអាយុមកដល់ម៉ោងនេះគឺគាត់អត់ស្ដាយបាទហើយខ្ញុំថាសោកស្ដាយតិចតែយើងមិនបានបើកកម្មវិធីនេះនៅមុខគ្នាឬបិទកម្មវិធីនៅមុខឬមួយនៅជុំគ្នាខ្ញុំជឿជាក់បើយើងមិនមានកូវីដទេកម្មវិធីនេះគឺកម្មវិធីបង្កើតស្រក់ទឹកភ្នែកដោយសុបាយចុះថាភាសាអញ្ចឹងបាទពួកខ្ញុំខ្លួនឯងផ្ទាល់ពេលឃើញអ្នកដែលចាញ់ក៏យើងបាទពិបាកចិត្តជូនពួកគាត់អាណិតប៉ុន្តែអ្នកជ័យលភីហ្នឹងគឺអ្នកខ្លះមកអស់បាទជួលឡានតាក់ស៊ីដើម្បីដឹកអ៊ំពូមីងកូនរបស់គាត់ហ្នឹងមកជួយ support មកជួយគ្រប់គ្រងបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីដែលជាកូនឬមួយជាក្រុមគ្រួសារគាត់នេះអានេះមានសារៈសំខាន់ណាស់បានឆ្លុះបញ្ចាំងថាចង់អ៊ំពូមីងដែលជាឪពុកម្ដាយជាតាជាអីហ្នឹងគឺគាត់និយាយជាដើមណាគឺគ្រប់គ្រងបាទក្នុងវិស័យអប់រំគ្រប់គ្រងចំណេះដឹងបងប្អូនចឹងហើយដូចខ្ញុំបានលើកខាងដើមបងប្អូនបានចូលរួមឈានជើងដាក់ឈ្មោះចុះឈ្មោះមកចូលរួមសួរដល់សំណួរទៅចោះខ្ញុំគិតថានេះបងប្អូនទទួលបានជោគជ័យរួចហើយបាទសួរដល់បងប្អូនចេះបកែអត់ដឹងទេតើយើងចូលរួមប្រកួតវាយតម្លៃដាក់បន្ទុកបានដឹងថាយើងចេះឬមួយបកែប៉ុណ្ណាអាហ្នឹងបានយើងដឹងបាទបានយើងដឹងហើយសូមឲ្យកុំភ័យហើយដូចខ្ញុំបានលើកឡើងច្រើនសារកន្លែងគឺថាសូមឲ្យបងប្អូនពេលមានវគ្គកម្មវិធី boot camp នេះជុំគ្នានេះសូមឲ្យស្ពីសំណួរក្នុងកតាបយើងមកកុំឲ្យមកគ្រូនិយាយស្អីយើងជឿទាំងអស់ឲ្យនិយាយស្អីយើង yes ទាំងអស់អត់ទេមិនចេះសួរដើម្បីចំណេះដឹងខ្លួនឯងទេព្រោះឱកាសនេះជាឱកាសមាសឱកាសពេជ្រហើយដែលយើងមានបទពិសោធន៍ក្រុមការងារដែលរៀបចំនេះមែនតើក្រុមការងាររៀបចំវហឆ្នាំនេះបាទមិនមែនគាត់ចេះរៀបចំតាមប្រព័ន្ធ Zoom online ទេប៉ុន្តែគាត់ចេះរៀបចំផ្ទាល់ដោយការងារដូចជាការងារស៊ីបាយរាល់ថ្ងៃរួចទៅហើយបាទចង់គាត់មានបទពិសោធន៍ច្រើនណាស់ចឹងហើយសូមឲ្យបងប្អូនស្ពីនៅសំណួរបាទឲ្យបានច្រើនដើម្បីសួរដើម្បីចែករំលែកបទពិសោធន៍អ្នកដែលចូលរួមទាំងអស់គ្នានេះបាទចែករំលែកទាំងអស់គ្នាចឹងជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតបាទខ្ញុំបាទក៏សូមឆ្លៀតឱកាសដ៏ពិសេសវិសាលនេះមុននឹងបញ្ចប់សូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណបាទដល់ក្រុមការងាររបស់លោកអង្គរីពិសិដ្ឋខ្ញុំបាទក៏សូមអភ័យទោសមិនបានលើកគ្រប់ឈ្មោះទាំងអស់ទេប៉ុន្តែបានវីដេអូបងប្អូនអាដាមគណៈអធិបតីបានទស្សនាវីដេអូទី1បានឃើញបាញ់មិញនេះអាចគិតថាខ្លាចអាចគិតថាជាតួកុនឬមួយជាតួសម្ដែងតាមពិតអត់មានទេសិតតែសឹងជាក្រុមការងារទាំងអស់បាទក្រុមការងារយើងទាំងអស់ដែលនៅពីក្រោយឆាកដើរតួផងកាន់កាមេរ៉ាផងធ្វើចំគ្រប់បែបយ៉ាងគ្រប់មុខបាទតែគាត់ថាកុំឲ្យចេះច្រើនពេកតែចេះច្រើនពេកទៅលែងចាប់ជាប់អីឡើយក៏ចេះឲ្យច្បាស់បាទចឹងដោយបានបងប្អូនបានទស្សនាគណៈតន្ត្រីបានទស្សនាមិញគឺសិតសឹងតែជាក្រុមការងារទាំងអស់អត់មានជួលមកពីណាទេដែលនៅពីក្រោយឆាកធ្វើឲ្យកម្មវិធីនេះមានភាពអធិកធមក៏សូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណទៅដល់រដ្ឋបាលខេត្តបាត់ដំបងជាពិសេសអាដាមអាបាខេត្តប្រធានមន្ត្រីអប់រំយុវជនកីឡាខេត្តដែលបានយកចិត្តទុកដាក់ហើយនឹងផ្ដល់នឹងសម្របសម្រួលក្នុងការកម្មវិធីនេះហើយយើងសោកស្ដាយដោយសារតែតាមអនឡាញទេបើតាជាក់ស្ដែងខ្ញុំគិតថានៅខេត្តបាត់ដំបងនេះមិនក្រោមជាង4ដល់500បេក្ខជនទេដែលបាននឹងដាក់ឈ្មោះនេះអញ្ចឹងអានេះជាមោទនភាពធំណាស់សម្រាប់ខេត្តបាត់ដំបងរបស់យើងក៏សូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណទៅដល់សហភាពសហព័ន្ធយុវជនខេត្តអាដាមសរដ្ឋាប្រធានក278ដែលបានជួយសម្របសម្រួលទាំងទីតាំងដូចជាក្រមយុវជនរបស់យើងដែលបានជួយសម្របសម្រួលតាំងពីដើមទីដែលធ្វើឲ្យកម្មវិធីរបស់យើងនេះមានអធិកធម៌សាកលវិទ្យាល័យជាតិបាត់ដំបងក៏ដូចសាកលវិទ្យាល័យជាតិបន្ទាយមានជ័យប៉ុន្តែនៅទីនេះបាត់ដំបងមុនសិនដែលបានឲ្យខ្ចីនៅទីតាំងប្រើប្រាស់នៅទីតាំងសាលប្រជុំដ៏ល្អមួយដើម្បីធ្វើការចូលរួមប្រកួតប្រជែងនៅទីនោះសូមអរគុណក៏ដូចជាសូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណទៅដល់វិទ្យាល័យជាតិគ្រប់គ្រងសាកលវិទ្យាល័យភូមិន្ទយុទ្ធសាស្ត្រនិងវិទ្យាសាស្ត្រសេដ្ឋកិច្ចវិទ្យាល័យសាកលវិទ្យាល័យ BLT អន្តរជាតិសាកលវិទ្យាល័យភ្នំពេញអន្តរជាតិក្រុមហ៊ុន Sportwear Forward ក្រុមហ៊ុន Wing ក្រុមហ៊ុន TO Group ក្រុមហ៊ុន American Cola ក្រុមហ៊ុន 606 Digital សន្តាគារ Camera បាត់ដំបងនិងបណ្ណាគារកម្ពុជាហើយក៏សូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណទៅដល់លោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូហើយជាពិសេស coach របស់យើងដែលបានចូលរួមតាំងពីដើមទីលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូដែលបានចូលរួមសម្របសម្រួលជួយជំរុញពីព្រោះបងប្អូនមួយចំនួនបានទៅសួរអ្នកគ្រូអានេះតាមរយៈក្រុមការងារទេបានបាយការប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំមិនបានជួបអ្នកគ្រូផ្ទាល់ទេបានទៅសួរអ្នកគ្រូថាអ្នកគ្រូកម្រិតប៉ុនខ្ញុំនឹងអាចចូលរួមប្រកួតបានអត់ហើយអ្នកគ្រូគាត់និយាយតែមួយម៉ាត់គាត់ថាស្អីក៏ដោយបើយើងមិនសាកវាមិនដឹងបាទមិនសាកមិនដឹងអញ្ចឹងហើយយើងតាមរយៈការជំរុញគាត់និយាយតែប៉ុណ្្នឹងខ្ញុំគិតថាលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូមានទឹកចិត្តមួយទៅហើយចង់ឲ្យបងប្អូនចូលរួមអញ្ចឹងហើយសូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណទៅដល់លោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូដែលបានចូលរួមហើយសូមឲ្យបងប្អូនទាំងអស់បាទឈ្នះក្តីមិនឈ្នះក្តីនៅពេលអនាគតនេះពេលឥឡូវថាយើងឈ្នះទៅចោះបាទចន្លោះពីលេខ1ដល់លេខ3បាទសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូដែលបង្រៀនយើងនឹងឲ្យគាត់មកចូលរួមបាទចូលរួមជាមួយយើងហើយសូមអរគុណបងប្អូនដែលបានចូលរួមយ៉ាងសកម្មបាទផ្ដល់នៅចំណេះដឹងទាំងឯកជនក្តីទាំងរដ្ឋក្តីបាទនេះជាការងារមួយដ៏សំខាន់ព្រោះបើយើងអត់ពួកគាត់កើតហើយមិនមែនថាយើងមើលរំលងឪពុកម្ដាយទេហើយឪពុកម្ដាយក៏ជាការងារមួយតួសំខាន់ផងដែរក្នុងការផ្ដល់ឱកាសជំរុញឲ្យយើងចូលរួមក្នុងការប្រកួតនេះអញ្ចឹងជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតខ្ញុំបានស្នើឲ្យអង្គវិធីទាំងមូលបង្កើតការយកចិត្តទុកដាក់បំផុតក្នុងការបង្ការទប់ស្កាត់ការរីករាលដាលនៃជំងឺ Covid-19 ពីព្រោះកម្ពុជារបស់យើងបានចូលនៅបន្ទាត់ក្រហមហើយនឹងអាចឈានទៅការរងគ្រោះធ្ងន់ធ្ងរបើសិនបើមិនមានការទប់ស្កាត់ទាំងអស់គ្នានោះទេមុននឹងបញ្ចប់ខ្ញុំបាទសូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណចំពោះអាដាមលោកជំទាវលោកស្រីក្មួយបងប្អូនសាស្ត្រសិស្សទាំងអស់បេក្ខជនបេក្ខការីដែលបានឆ្លៀតឱកាសដ៏មានតម្លៃចូលរួមក្នុងកម្មវិធីមហាឆ្នើមខេត្តបាត់ដំបងនាពេលនេះហើយក៏សូមជូនពរនិងទទួលនៅសុខភាពបរិបូរណ៍កម្លាំងមាំមួនប្រកបដោយនៅពុទ្ធពរទាំង4ប្រការគឺអាយុវណ្ណៈសុខៈពលៈកំបីគ្លីកឡយក៏សូមឲ្យសម្រេចជោគជ័យគ្រប់ភារកិច្ចនិងសម្រេចបានបំណងលើការសិក្សារបស់បងប្អូនក្មួយទាំងអស់កំបីខកខានឡើយហើយក៏សូមប្រកាសបើកកម្មវិធីមហាឆ្នើមខេត្តបាត់ដំបងចាប់ពីពេលនេះតទៅសូមអរគុណ
សូមគោរពអរគុណដល់ជាជ្រៅជាទីបំផុតចំពោះអាដាមសសុខាដែលជាប្រធានគណៈកម្មការរៀបចំកម្មវិធីមហាឆ្នើមហើយអ្វីដែលជាការកត់សម្គាល់នៅប្រសាសន៍ដ៏ថ្លៃថ្លារបស់អាដាមផ្ទាល់គឺទីមួយសំខាន់នោះគឺការជំរុញលើកទឹកចិត្តឲ្យបងប្អូនដែលជាបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីខេត្តបាត់ដំបងប្រឹងប្រែងអស់ពីសមត្ថភាពនៅក្នុងការចាប់យកឱកាសប៉ុន្តែត្រូវត្រៀមចិត្តឲ្យថាការប្រកួតតែងតែមានឈ្នះនិងចាញ់ឈ្នះគឺជារឿងធម្មតាប៉ុន្តែរឿងដែលមិនធម្មតាថាតើបងប្អូនដែលជាបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីនៅក្នុងការចូលរួមនៅកម្មវិធីថ្ងៃនេះនឹងទទួលបានអ្វីខ្លះសម្រាប់បំណិនជីវិតហើយអ្វីជាការកត់សម្គាល់បន្ថែមនិងពិសេសទៀតនោះបងប្អូនសិតតែមានឱកាសក្លាយជាបុគ្គលដែលអាចចូលរួមបម្រើការងារនៅក្នុងស្ថាប័នរដ្ឋឬក៏ឯកជនប្រសិនបើបងប្អូនអាចប្រមូលខ្លួនឯងអាចនិយាយសាមញ្ញបើភាសា marketing គេហៅលក់ខ្លួនឯងបានណាគឺថាយើងបង្ហាញសមត្ថភាពឲ្យអស់ពេលនោះថ្នាក់ដឹកនាំក៏ដូចជាខាងវិស័យឯកជនលោកមើលឃើញហើយកត់ទុកថាតើបងអូនអាចនឹងក្លាយជាបុគ្គលិកឬក៏ជាមន្ត្រីនៅក្នុងស្ថាប័នរបស់ពួកគាត់ឬក៏យ៉ាងណាប៉ុន្តែអត់ទាន់សន្យាទេលក្ខខណ្ឌបែបណាអាស្រ័យទៅលើថ្នាក់ដឹកនាំក៏ដូចជាម្ចាស់ស្ថាប័នទាំងនោះអរគុណណាស់នាងខ្ញុំសូមអនុញ្ញាតឈានចូលដល់កម្មវិធីជាបន្តទៀតកម្មវិធីជាបន្តទៅទៀតនេះគឺជាការបង្ហាញជូននៃការចែករំលែកនៅបទពិសោធន៍ខ្លីៗរបស់បងប្អូនដែលជាអតីតបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីជ័យលាភីពីខាងខេត្តព្រៃវែងដែលជាខេត្តបានរៀបចំកម្មវិធីនេះកាលពីឆ្នាំមុនរួចទៅហើយក្នុងនោះគឺមានពីររូបដែលជាតំណាងមានកញ្ញាហុងនីវតីថាវតីដែលជាបេក្ខនារីជ័យលាភីលើវិញ្ញាសាការជជែកដេញដោលជាក្រុមនិងកញ្ញារតសីហនិតបេក្ខនារីជ័យលាភីវិញ្ញាសាការនិយាយជាសាធារណៈលក្ខណៈឯកបុគ្គលសុទ្ធតែជាបេក្ខនារីមិនដឹងថាតើខេត្តបាត់ដំបងមានបេក្ខជនឬក៏បងប្អូនបរិះមានសមត្ថភាពដណ្ដើមជ័យលាភីឬក៏អត់ទេប៉ុន្តែកាន់តែច្បាស់ថាតើបងប្អូននៅខាងខេត្តព្រៃវែងបានឆ្លងកាត់និងមានសមត្ថភាពបែបណាខ្លះទើបពួកគាត់ខ្លាយជាជ័យលាភីទទួលបាននៅពានរង្វាន់នៅក្នុងការប្រកួតកាលពីកន្លងទៅសូមទស្សនាដូចតទៅ
ជាដំបូងនេះខ្ញុំសូមគោរពជំរាបសួរឯកឧត្តមសសុខានិងសួស្តីបងប្អូនទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលជាបេក្ខជនក្នុងកម្មវិធីវោហាឆ្នាំរដូវកាលទី2ដែលមានវត្តមាននៅទីនេះទាំងអស់គ្នា Hello guys, my name is Hong Nipawati. I'm currently a freshman at IFL and Sosaka scholarship student at Royal University of Law and Economics. I was a runner-up of Wohachnam season 1 at Prevang Province debating team. I'm so happy today to be here to share with you guys about my experiences and how I feel about the competition. Well, once upon a time, I used to be a nervous person, shaking when it comes to talk on stage until I've joined the competition. During the competition, especially bootcamp training, I've learned a lot of soft skills, including how to cope up with problems, how to interact with people, as well as public speaking, and build up my logical thinking, which is really useful for students' life. And importantly, I've built myself to be a confident and fearless one. Anyway, this year might be a little bit challenging for you guys, since you have to do it through online. But I don't think it's a big problem, not at all. It will definitely benefit you even more because you get to learn both soft skill and hard skill at the same time. I believe that from season to season, it becomes more interesting from the previous one. All you have to do is to be prepared, be ready, make your voice heard, and make it impactful, okay? And also, believe me or not, success does not become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work. If you put your heart and soul into doing something, it will surely pay off at the end. That's what I told myself during the competition. And here are some tips I want to share with you guys, and I want you to remember. Don't afraid to learn from others, and if you are doubtful, just ask. Be confident to speak in public, make your voice heard and impactful. Lastly, I would like to say thank you so much to His Excellency Sosaka for making this Wohachnam competition happen and giving me opportunity to show my ability, my presence, and my ideas on the stage. Oh, I forgot to mention, good luck with your new journey, guys, and keep fighting. Remember, I'm here to support you, okay? Fighting! And thank you guys. Bye.
Hello everyone, my name is Rosie Hamid. I am a winner of Wohachnam Public Speaking Competition 2019 in Prevang Province, and I am currently a Year 1 student at CAMF Business School. Today, I am very excited that I have the opportunity to share with all of you guys about my experience in Wohachnam competition. From my experience, I think that it is a very good competition program that allows high school students to show their ability in public speaking and debate, as well as get the opportunity to improve and develop our communication skills, critical thinking, personal development, and boost our confidence in speaking in front of many people. However, it also encourages students to be confident in doing public speaking, which is essential in many different areas of our lives. The first point that I want to share with all of you guys is what I have learned in the competition. In this competition, I learned a lot of things which improve my personal development, such as how to do a better presentation, deal with nervousness in giving a speech, and influence others through my presentation. Moreover, I also get to experience doing debate, which I had never done it before, even though I'm not choosing it to compete in the program. I'm also given a chance to learn and receive valuable experiences from many good trainers, and who give a lot of helpful advice and tips, as well as from other contestants joining this competition. After a few weeks of training and rounds, my English speaking gets improved a lot through what I have learned in the program. Last but not least, by joining Wohachnam competition, I gained more confidence in doing a presentation and learn how to give a better speech, which is necessarily needed for my further studying life and working environment. The next point is how it benefits me in my study life. My achievement in Bohachnam competition allows me to apply for plenty of scholarships and gives me a better study background to be a contestant in other competitions or contests, as well as getting accepted into many good universities. I'm not saying that this achievement will help me entirely to join others, but it does help me as an additional part to be a strong candidate. And the last point is challenges during the competition. Of course, I do have challenges in speaking English because my English was not very fluent and my grammar and vocabulary was still poor. But the only thing that I keep in mind is to try my best and not to regret it, even though I'm gonna fail in any round. Unfortunately, I was selected for the final round and even become the winner. I don't think that I was the most fluent in speaking English in the competition, or my speaking was like a native speaker at the time, because there was many other contestants whose English was better than me. But what I can do is to practice and be well prepared as much as possible. However, I also have some tips for all of you guys to give an effective presentation, and I hope that it will be helpful for you during this competition. The first tip is understand clearly about the topic. This is the first thing you have to do before doing a presentation, because the more we know about the topic, the better information we can deliver to the audience. Second, practice speaking English before the competition. By practicing how you have to give the speech will make you more familiar with the topic and reduce the risk of forgetting the information during speaking. Third, presenting on only important information by giving examples and personal experience related to the topic that you think will impact the audience. Fourth, using simple words that are easy to understand will make the audience easily get to speaking about the topic and make sure they understand what message you want to give them. Fifth, do not speak too fast because it makes the audience difficult to understand and ignore your speech. Sixth, adding interesting points to catch the audience interest, like acting, starting the speech with short storytelling or personal experience. Seventh, at the end of the presentation, you have to summarize your main points about the topic and send a message about what you want the audience to receive from the talking today. And the last, when you're well prepared about the speaking, then it will make you more confident about yourself, that will lead to reducing the nervousness on stage. So that's also my presentation that I want to share with all of you guys. And I want to thank to Bohachnam competition that provides this opportunity for me to share my experience. And also thanks to everyone for spending your valuable time listening to my speech. And I hope that it is helpful for you to give an effective presentation. And I wish you all the best of luck in this program, and make sure to take care of your health, be well prepared as much as possible, and everything will be fine. Thank you.
ចាសូមអរគុណសម្រាប់បងប្អូនដែលជាអតីតបេក្ខនារីទាំងពីររូបមកពីខាងខេត្តព្រៃវែងឃើញថាបើសិនជាមិនបានដឹងស្មានតែគាត់បានរៀនឬក៏ទទួលបានការបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលទាំងភាសាអង់គ្លេសទាំងជំនាញនៃការនិយាយហ្នឹងប្រហែលជាមកពីខាងក្រៅប្រទេសហើយមកទៅប៉ុន្តែសម្រាប់បងប្អូនទាំងពីររូបគឺជាបេក្ខជនមកពីខាងខេត្តព្រៃវែងទេអញ្ចឹងជាតថាបងប្អូនដែលជាបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីនៅក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងក៏កំពុងតែសួរខ្លួនឯងដែរថាតើនឹងមានសមត្ថភាពកម្រិតណានៅក្នុងការបង្ហាញជូនទៅដល់សាធារណជនប្រាប់ថាសូមជម្រាបថាកម្មវិធីនេះមិនមែនសម្រាប់តែនៅក្នុងខេត្តបាត់ដំបងទេគឺយើងបានផ្សាយជាសាធារណៈទូទាំងប្រទេសតែម្ដងដោយកម្មវិធីបើកនេះអញ្ចឹងគឺយើងកំពុងតែផ្សាយផ្ទាល់នៅលើទំព័រ Facebook ផ្លូវការត្រយងនិងវោហាឆ្នើមអញ្ចឹងបងប្អូនដែលអត់ទាន់បាន like page ក៏ដូចជាអត់ទាន់បាន like និង share វីដេអូ live នេះសូមកុំភ្លេចតាមដានហើយដាក់ see first ផងពីព្រោះថាបងប្អូនត្រូវធ្វើការតាក់ទងជាមួយនឹងបណ្ដាញសង្គមនឹងច្រើនមែនទែនកុំឲ្យខ្លាចជាបេក្ខជនហើយស្រាប់តែអត់ដឹងថាតើកម្មវិធីខ្លួនឯងនេះត្រូវធ្វើការផ្សាយផ្ទាល់កម្រិតណាអរគុណណាស់ជាកម្មវិធីបន្តទៅទៀតនេះក៏កម្មវិធីពិសេសដែរជាការធ្វើបទបង្ហាញរបស់វាគ្មិនសំខាន់ប៉ុន្តែកម្មវិធីនេះខ្ញុំជាពិធីការនេះសូមប្រកល់ទូនាទីទៅដល់លោកគ្រូសុវិសាលចា៎
អូខេបាទជាបឋមខ្ញុំសូមធ្វើការខន្តីអភ័យទោសផងដែរដោយសារតែកម្មវិធីបន្ទាប់គឺយើងត្រូវផ្លាស់ប្ដូរប្រើទៅជាភាសាអង់គ្លេសវិញបាទអរគុណច្រើន So first of all, my respect to His Excellency Sosaka and Lok Chumtio Kausun Supi, His Excellency Nguyen Ratana, Governor of Battambang Province, His Excellency Ong De Train, Governor of Manti Menchay Province, His Excellency Sorata, Head of UYSC Battambang, my fellow panelists, Wahachanam organizers, and contestants. A pleasant morning to everyone. My name is Suwasa. I am the Campus Conference Manager and also the Campus Managers at Australian Centre of Education, IDP Education Cambodia. And I also serve as an advisory council member of NIAS Australia. It is once again my pleasure to moderate today's panel discussions on the topic, success and employability in the digital age. Let me first invite and introduce our distinguished guest speakers. Our first speakers for today, Mrs. La Super, Principal of KCE International School. She has more than 15 years of experience with private school. She has served many different positions from a teacher to school principal and the board of directors. During her tenure, she has made tremendous contribution and played a vital role in the success of the school, making the numbers of the students from 900 to 5,000. That's a tremendous achievement, Super. Right. She is also the Secretary General for the Cambodian Women Entrepreneurs Network, which is a national network representing Cambodia to ASEAN and the world. She holds a bachelor degree of Management Information System from the National University of Management and TEFL from IFL or UPP in 2005. She earned her master's degree in business management from Charles Sturt University, Australia in 2012. So welcome, Sophia. Our second guest speaker today, His Excellency Heng Chamran, President of TO Group. Mr. Heng Chamran is one of the Cambodian think tank and a passionate figure in the field of technology and digital payment. However, I have to say, he is a very humble and sociable friend who will get along well with everyone easily. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Heng Chamran. Our third speaker, Mr. Kung Petra, Sales and Marketing Manager at HR in Cambodia. Petra has a proven record of corporate training and talent acquisitions. Prior to his HR experience and role, he has over 10 years of professional experience in education sector, from instructing at international language schools to lecturing at a university. Bilbray University, the Australian Centre for Education, just to name a few. Besides this, Petra also founded Elite Translations Company, a trusted translation service provider in Siem Reap Province. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic today is success and employability in the digital age. And without further ado, I'd like to invite our distinguished guest speakers to share their insight and perspective on the topic. So first of all, let me start with Ms. La Super. Super, from your background as educational provider in the education industry, can you tell me what changes are you seeing in the local and international education sector?
All right, so good morning to everybody and thank you so much for the time. And actually from the day I really missed my youth day there in the year of 2005. From my point of view, there are 5 main changes during this period. The first and foremost for the education, that is about the learning. We completely changed from classroom to screen. So everybody go to the screen time for now, even though we are doing the debate and the contestant, we also doing the screen time. And the second one is about the way we communicate. So before we have a face-to-face communicate with our teachers, we communicate with our friends and also the people around us. But for this generation, we communicate via another way. So this is quite different from what we met so far. Another one is about the skill that is, it's become a mandatory required, that before some of us might think that ICT or IT it's an optional skill. that you can either learn or not, it's okay. You can maybe just use your phone, using the Facebook, that's it. But for this generation, you have to know how to use the computer, like the Zoom, the Team, and also the other apps to make sure that you can get adapted to the real growth of the world. Last but not least, I think it's very important for you, especially as a youth, you know, this generation, it helped you a lot in the way you master your skill. So before, I think it's hard for you to acquire many skills like regarding to marketing, regarding to account or other skills. But for now, you have a lot of chance to learn and acquire. So this change help you in a good way, honestly speaking, if you think positively. Thank you.
Right, Sophia, thank you so much for sharing your experience, especially what you see as the changes in both the local and international education sector. I have to agree that we cannot escape from phone, laptop, tablet for sure. And now we have to acknowledge the importance that the ICT, information technology and communication, and how it plays an important role in the education nowadays, especially during the pandemic situations. Right. So Sophia, thank you so much for sharing with us the insight. I'd like to throw the second questions to Mr. Petra. Petra, from your experience in the recruitment industry, what do you think are the important skills, especially the one in demand for the employment market in Cambodia, as well as the ASEAN nations?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Bong Wisal, for a wonderful introduction. Well, from my observation, my personal observation, and based on statistics from World Economic Forum, skills in demand are categorized into two different groups. The first group is called hard skills, or sometimes we call technical skills. And from my experience and from what I see in the current market in Cambodia and ASEAN, I would like to share 5 technical skills that are in demand. The first one is technology use, monitoring and control. So when we work in the digital age, we need to be able to use, monitor and control technology and take the most benefits out of it. And the second one is software, websites and application development. It's very it's in a very high demand currently in Cambodia through the establishments of new companies. Some of them are technological based companies, so they kind of look for a lot of app and web developers, to start building their websites, their applications to meet the needs during the COVID-19 situation. Number 3 is data and business analysis skills. So this is very important. Data is super important. It can help us to find out causes of failures and other issues within our organization. Data can prevent risks before they happen. Data can help us to understand staff behaviors and interactions, so that we know if they negatively or positively affect the organization. And well, in short, data provides us insights so that we can make great decisions, great business and strategic decisions for our organizations. And number 4 is digital transformation or digitalization skill. So a lot of companies are moving from serving services offline, from operating offline to online. So this skill is very important, and many companies are looking for talents to fill this role. So that's the 4th important skill in demand. The last one, I would cover all the rest of the skills like HR, sales, marketing, accounting, and finance. They are still in demand. despite all these new, emerging roles. So these are still in demand, and for high quality people, for talented people, yes. And another group of skills, soft skills. There are a lot of them, but I have chosen 5 to share. So the first one is analytical and critical thinking. Of course, it has been around for years, and it's still important and will continue to be important. Another one is emotional intelligence, or EQ. It's how you manage your own feeling and emotions in order to build a very good relationship with everyone around you, everyone at your workplace, everyone in your family and in the society. So it's a very important skill. Number 3, the third one is the adaptability skills. Well, the world is changing, so we need to be we need to have the skills. It doesn't matter if we are, trying to work with a new group of people, new systems or softwares, or new work culture. So we need to be adaptable. Number 4 is complex problem solving. Problem solving, like critical thinking, it's been around for years, but this is more like complex. It's not just a normal problem solving skill, but we need to upgrade it from a normal problem solving to very complex problem solving skill. The last one is collaboration or working with people skills. Well, because the world is going at a rapid pace, a lot of people are moving into our country to work, to do business. So we meet a lot of people from various nationalities. So the ability to work, to collaborate with your colleagues in order to achieve a common goal is very important, is vital for the success of both yourself and your company. So there are a lot to share, but I would like to sum up at this stage. And I hope these skills, I hope the sharing will provide good insights for the contestants to consider what they would like to study in the future, in your university. Thank you.
Right, Petra, thank you. Thank you so much for that. I like how the fact that you address both the soft skill and the hard skill, especially, critical thinking, complex problem solving, working with people. These skills has been around for ages, but I think it's important now that people understand how important all of the skills and how it impacts their future employment as well. Right, thank you. Petra, you also mentioned about the demand for the IT skill, especially monitoring, control, software, web development, app development, and also the digitization skill. Okay, I think that reflects quite well to experience from Mr. Heng Jumran as the company owner, especially a passionate figure in the technology and app development in Cambodia as well. So maybe can I invite your insight, Bong Jumran, regarding what do you think are the important skills in demand for the employment market in Cambodia as well as in ASEAN, Bong?
Thank you very much, Mr. Visal, for inviting me as a panelist for the Vahachanam. And first of all, I would like to pay high respect to His Excellency Sofkar, Secretary of State of Ministry of Education, and Her Excellencies, His Excellency Governor of Battambang Province, His Excellency Omritrais, Governor of Banting and Jeli Province, His Excellency Sorpa, Head of UIC Battambang, and His Excellency Vesna, Head of the Development Youth in Battambang. Let me go through the just now I hear a lot of good things. I agree with everyone else. I probably don't have much to say, I think. And but let me share from my personal experience. I think communication skills is a human skill. It's the most important skill that we need to be successful in the workplace. Without this, whether you have all the technical skill, whether they have all the skill, you will not be fit into the work environment. Adaptation is important. That you need to be adapt to because from one workplace to another workplace, there will be a different cultures. If you stick into what your ego in the old place, and you will not be able to work well in the new environment. I think this is the most important skill. And another skill is written skill. A lot of people kind of good at this and that, but they are lousy in writing. They're very careless and very, I think when they look at your work and the quality is not there, and it doesn't matter how good you are, if you don't show your quality of your work, and at the end of the day, people will not really appreciate what you do, because at the end you don't show the skill set. I think another thing is a language, like what we're doing now, English, Chinese. English is one of the most skill that you need to do, because every workplace in Cambodia or in ASEAN, if you don't speak English, how can you work? And other thing is, in order to do research, in order to study more, without, that's when I say Khmer has less resource, but a lot of resources are in English. And imagine in the past, I do research, I do microfilms on the computer, I do indexing. A lot of people don't go through this. Now you can just know English, you go through online, go to the database, you can study. So these skills is the most important thing. And I think another thing is teamwork. Because everywhere you have to work as a team. If you don't, I mean, I am on the technology as a perspective side, but now I'm looking on the soft skill, the human skill side. Without the human skill, you cannot find successful in the workplace or in anywhere else. So I think work as a team is important. Play as a team player. Without team player, it's just you work alone, and then you cannot a lot of things that you have to work together to have the big pictures. You cannot just work one piece. And I think after that, I think IT skill is important now. As you know that COVID, there's no way you can, I mean, of course you can work, interact, but very minimal. I think IT skill, you cannot just focus on one area, this and that. As of now, and IT have evolved to a lot of people before, when you say cloud, people afraid of storing data on the cloud. People want to have their own server. And now it's not the time you are having your own server, because having you as a worker, if you put the servers in the office, a lot of running calls, a lot of operations. And now it's cloud ready, like Microsoft Office 365. They have emails and files and like Zoom likes meeting, they're all collaboration in one place. And this is a necessary skill set that you need to acquire if you don't have now, because you have to, in the workplace now, you cannot just go to office. As a COVID on and off, sometimes you have to work at home. And if you cannot work at home, and then you cannot deliver the result. And another thing is the most important thing is you work like his section says, why success? Why success means you can work but study by yourself. But if you work at home, who's going to monitor you? You have to be able to monitor yourself, to have to commit to yourself. Without this commitment, without this skill, you cannot deliver the. I mean, I remember as a student when I was young, when I see raining, I'm so happy, because I'm not going to school. It's not that case anymore. It's raining. How you make, if it's under normal condition, how can you make your way to the school? And if you cannot work at the workplace, how can we deliver the work without going to the office? That's yourself. So you think about it. So I think this is the most important part, besides all the thing that the communication had changed, Telegram, email. Email was a critical part. Now still a critical part, but a lot of people don't actually respond to email anymore. Telegram, Line, WhatsApp. These are necessity tools, and for not only workplace, but our daily communication. And a lot of people's communication, you have to go to communication 101. A lot of people say they don't respond to the message. I say, in this world, if you read somebody's message, I see you read message, you have to respond. If you don't respond, there's a certain gap that you need to be able to respond it. If you don't respond it, that's mean this is like how you communicate, and this is important. A lot of people say, the way I always do this, I do this. That's not any excuse anymore. Don't take that excuse as your habit, as whatever it is. That's life change. We live on a new norm now, so we have to change it. So I think this skill set from my experience, I'm not really go through all the list of logical of the paperwork. That's what I would hire people in my organization. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Bong, for sharing your experience, from your personal perspective as the company owner. I like the fact that you remind us of the childhood memory, raining, and then how we get to school. Sometimes we fall in the mud and so on. Okay, that was a really great childhood memory, Bong. Okay, I also like the fact that you try to reinforce the message, especially how important communication is, especially you read the message and you reply the message, right? That's very good. You also anchor on the responsibility. Being responsible as a person is very important, especially when you work as a team, which you need to work and you need to support each other in order to succeed in the work together. That's very good, Bom. Thank you. All right. Okay, so let's move on to the next questions. Contestants, after the few questions, we will open the floor for you all to ask questions. So please be prepared. Any point that you want to ask to our guest speakers, feel free to ask the question to the guest speaker. Okay, so I will finish up with a few questions, and then the floor is yours to ask question to the guest speakers today. Right. Question number 3, I'd like to address to all speakers. How has technology and digital platforms change the way we address the skill sets to ensure the competitiveness as well as the future productivity, especially among our students? So, our panelists.
So maybe I can go first.
Maybe first, right? Sure.
Okay. Thank you so much for the question. So usually I just hit the point and make it short, since I always love the pointing actually. So from the point of view, from technology and digital, it become how it changed. It put a lot of requirement and compulsory for the learner and also the people. Those compulsory and also the requirement included a lot about the skill set that we have just mentioned earlier and the way we communicate. So I also would like to raise some of the key things that it changed during this time. I'm sorry to speak in Khmer for this part. ពីមុនយើងនិយាយថាគេថាយើងចេះអីក៏បានដែរចេះកាន់តែច្រើនកាន់ល្អរស់ស៊ីច្រើនណា and then ឥឡូវហ្នឹងវាទៅជារឿងមួយទៀតដែលសំខាន់ហើយនឹងពាក់ព័ន្ធខ្លាំងដែរហ្នឹងសម្រាប់ generation ហ្នឹងអ្នកដែល skill អ្នកដែលជំនាញកាន់តែធ្វើឲ្យមានឱកាសកាន់តែខ្លាំងអញ្ចឹងណា so when you are specialized in something you will become pop up and just like for example Elon Musk, for example, he specialized in those technology and also those kind of things and become the self-made millionaire so fast, for example. And another thing that I would like to raise also, I would agree 100% with Bong Jomran. He also mentioned about the language. Before, the language is kind of not really compulsory. ICT is not really compulsory. But from now, the technology and the digital platform, if you don't know the language, you cannot communicate with people around us. It's very required by now. So these are the two important outside, and the inside is even more important. Like you have to have your internal motivation, that the internal skill that you keep yourself motivated, think positively, keep moving forward, believe in yourself, and spend a good time. Don't spend a time that is ways, I would like to say that some of the kids, some of the youth, they don't spend time with learning or good tips from the technology, but they spend the time with the social media that is killing the time. So from those change, if you kill your time, meaning you kill what you have in the future. So I think they put a lot like require and compulsory skills that contestants need to understand that you have to acquire as fast as possible and as quick as possible. Thank you.
Okay, super. Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Okay, let me share my thought about technology and digital transformation change. I think we have to divide it into areas in the workforce. One is consumers, one is a workplace, and then the company actually selling service, selling products, and while selling service, sell product, you have to manage the companies as well. So we have to divide it too. So the customer now is more knowledgeable than ever because of the digital age. So what you say, they probably know better than you. How you going to do with that? What you're offering, they probably know better than you. How you going to do with that? So we as a company, actually, we have to actually really understand your focus market well, customer well, and how to do that. I think that is a lot of people try to put the physical world into a virtual world. There's a lot of platform that we actually enabling this, and virtual worlds is very important than ever now. And Facebook and other things, a lot of people do live online. A lot of people do this. A lot of technology are ready, but if you want the scalability, how you going to do that? Actually, that's important as you open organization. If you start up from mom and pop store and then you start up from Facebook or start up from this and how to grow from there, and then you need to have the plan of your digital transformation and how to build your team and how you get ready for the next generation. As I foresee in the next generation, people all the company will have some sort of apps, marketplace, and very customer oriented, and just-in-time inventories is important as well to save costs. So maybe I think it's a lot of factors that we are looking on a customer perspective. So how you're going to add added value to your product if your product is more expensive than other people? How you keep how you make sure that people believing in you I think that's important. How you create apps on I think mobile e-commerce before was a website. Now it's all going to mobile. I think it's a lot of people probably don't go to the websites, e-commerce anymore. So a lot of people moving to apps. But I think moving to app is a good part. But how you design, how you do it. A lot of people are entering to this to develop app by themselves, and I think that's wrong. If you're not in the, I think a lot of people just try to develop everything by themselves because they want to save costs. But at the end of the day, they can't grow because a lot of string attached to them. So if you are if you're a salesperson, be a salesperson. If you are the app developers, as app developer, let be clear on this. Don't try to do everything by yourself because you will not have the capability to support the system, or you don't. Like I agree with Bong Srey.គាត់បាន confirm that you have to have a specialize in some area. If you know everything, at the end you know nothing. I think if you start from knowing one thing, and then you can grow your after you're good at this, and then you move into the next level, management level. Management level, we don't require to know everything else. So I think that's important. So move into management level. If you move out of the worker, you move into management. So I think doing the managing on the organization. Traditionally, we have to go to workplace. We have all the file. We have a file server in the company. You have to go to server. Like I mentioned earlier, managing the organization now is not like before anymore. If you're not ready, like you have to, as a modern worker, if you are ready for ASEAN, I think Office 365, Google platform, and all the things. This is a must for you to do it because you can just, I mean, as of now, we communicate through Zoom. I think in the future, like I find out that COVID enabling me to work better in many ways. When I go to the office, I hardly see my staff. I only have a meeting, very seldom have a meeting. It's very little. With COVID, it forced me to have a meeting every week, sometimes 3 times per week. That is more productive. I understand my staff more. So I think managing organization, we have to moving from a physical world to the, I mean, you can do see-me or you can do eventually you move to the whole thing. Even you go to the office now, you still can use all the modern tools. I think so. The digital transformation from customer oriented to managing organization, that is two separate things. So customer now knows everything, knows better than you. How to challenge with that? So you need to design a platform that offers a better service, offers better things for your customer and for organization. As now we evolving to the cloud base. So we as organization, we have to move into cloud base as well. Otherwise, we can grow because we only focus on. I mean, we need to grow. We don't need to think about the technology. We have to think about the business while using the technology. If you try to implement everything yourself, you most likely think about the technology without thinking business. So now the ready. To my idea, if the system is already out there, why should you implement it? You just buy it. Don't invent the wheel. Just buy it and focus on the business side, and then you grow Zoom. But if you try to do everything, this is just a burden to you. It's not something that it might cost less for you in the initial phase, but you grow. So I think this two key points for digital transformation that I share. So this from my experience. Again, thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Bong. Petra, from your experience, I think Bong Jamran as well as Supet mentions, the importance of the virtual world, which is, I think, very common in the new normal. He also addressed an anchor on the point of specialization within diversity. So, from your experience, can you share with us your thought on this one, please?
Thank you very much, Bong Visa, for another great question. Well, as Bong Jamran and Bong Supet have said, so now we are moving virtually. So all the things out there on the virtual world are important. So I'd like to share a few things on this. So to ensure competitiveness in the market and to be productive at the workplace, we kind of need to focus on a few things. So the first thing is the video conferencing skills, like Bong Jamran said. So you have to have like regular meetings with your team because you cannot work or collaborate face-to-face in the office. And you also need to be competent in using online collaborating tools like Trello. So you can schedule, you can assign tasks on a virtual world. You don't see face-to-face. You are in a team, but online, and you can assign tasks to each other. You can follow up. You can check the progress, and you can move forward very quickly on the digital world. Another very important skill is digital communication, like Bong Jamran has said. So you need to be a good communicator on the digital platforms like Telegram or LinkedIn and other communication tools. Like I like the idea of seen, no reply. My point on this is that I always say, if you have seen a message and you don't reply, that is equal to poor communication. It's a very poor communication that you have seen someone's message and you ignore. That means you don't consider that person important at all. You just ignore for a few hours or for a few days or even weeks. So yeah, that's a very good point in terms of communication. Another skill is cloud file and email management skill. So we're working online, we were working remotely, so we also need to manage our files, our documents online, right? We don't print anymore. We edit, we finalize things online. So we need to be able to manage all the files virtually. And emails. Yeah. Email is like what we do every day. A lot of people send like, more than 10 emails a day, or even like 30, 40 emails a day. It's part of their job. So we need to be very competent in managing our emails, communications with our clients, with our colleagues, external partners. Another thing, which is the last one that I would like to mention, is how to use Microsoft Word, Excel, and presentation online. Google Doc, Google Sheet, slide presentation online, because these things are part of your job. Normally you do it at the office, and you don't kind of need to really show to a lot of people, to collaborate with people. But during the pandemic, we need to work online, we need to work from home. So it's very important to be really skillful in using all these applications, but through a digital platform, not the software that you install on your PC. So yes, these are all things that I would like to share, and I hope they are useful. Thanks.
Right, Petra. Thank you so much for that. Especially the fact that you try to add more value to the importances of cloud technology, especially the ability to use this technology for collaborations. Working from home has been a challenge for sure. The lockdown that happened in April, in May as well, I myself, as a manager, I think without the cloud technology, it wouldn't have been possible for me to work with my team as well as deliver the task that I am supposed to do as well. Okay, great, thank you. All right, so once again, contestants and everyone, the importance of specializations within individual, but diversity within the team. Great, very good, thank you. Right, so now let's move on to the fourth questions. This is very interesting because from your experience, as the managers and in different sector, how important is public speaking and debating for future success, be it academic or employment? Previously, I think it was a physical environment where you stand on the podium, you deliver the message to a certain group of people. But nowadays, with the advancement of technology, you can reach everyone in the whole world. Okay, so is it important, still important for the people to master in public speaking and debating skill? Right, the floor to you, my fellow panelists.
You want to be the first again?
Okay, all right.
The first again?
Okay.
I don't mind on this. Okay, I can share for that. Okay, this is very, very important. If you talk about the products, this is the product showcase. Debate and also public speakings. You have learned a lot. So in order to let other people know, in order to test yourself, how much you understand, how much you know, you do the debate, you go on the public speaking. So it's just like from His Excellency Sosaka, he just mentioned earlier, it very touching, some parents, they don't know, like I'm talking about education and academic thing first. Some parents, they don't know, they don't understand whether their kid learn or not. Some kids, they learn, but they learn in an independent way. They don't want parents to help. They learn in a silent way, independent way. But one, he go up on stage and present what is good and the bad, things like that. Some parents are shocking. I would say shocking, not surprised, because they did not imagine, they did not know that how could my child learn that way. So debate and also doing the public speakings is the way you can show how much you understand from what you learn, from what you research on that one. And for the teacher as well, it's one of the product they want to see, beside homework. Sometimes you just do homework and then you give them and then they feel happy. But what is more important, make them even happier, They can hear from your view, from your own point of view. So when you do the public speaking, it builds a lot. It product like showing the first. The second one, for me, I think is very important. This make yourself different. Let's see how many contestants, how many debate on the stage. Only 1 or 2, right? The rest, they are audience. So if you want to be different, volunteer, brave, make yourself brave, build yourself confidence, go on the stage, do the public speaking, debate. Because when you debate, you will learn a lot along the way. So this is very important. And when you make yourself different, you know the value of yourself, okay? And when you just said like, I am the same to my friend, the same to the other people, so then you don't improve yourself. So when you volunteer, when you go to on the debate and public speaking, you put yourself in a different way, in a positive way already, okay? The third one, I think this is this needs a lot of skill. When you do the public speaking, you build your confidence, you build your knowledge, and you build a lot of communications. And you also pop up, just like what I said, you're making yourself different from the other people. So confidence is very important. នៅខ្មែរយើងសំទោសណាបើខ្មែរយើងចង់និយាយថាបើយើងអត់មានភាពក្លាហាននៅក្នុងខ្លួនឯងផងយើងមានភាពក្លាហាននៅក្នុងការអត់មានភាពក្លាហាននៅក្នុងការដឹកនាំខ្លួនឯងតើមានកម្លាំងចិត្តឯណានៅថ្ងៃក្រោយហើយនឹងមានសមត្ថភាពឯណានៅថ្ងៃក្រោយយើងធ្វើការដឹកនាំអ្នកដទៃបានអញ្ចឹងណា so confidence leads a lot of good positive thing so very important last but not least from me debate and public speaking is a convincing it's a way you persuade people believe you trust you in a very good reason because you base on the facts you base on the thing that is right the science things like that you use the way that people love you don't use violence to force people to believe you to follow you but the psychology the heart the way you express is make yourself a success in the future okay those are the 4 important things I would like to share thank you
let me go then Bong Wesal have no comments
the floor is yours Bong all right Joe please enjoy
I think public speaking is the most important thing because everywhere you go you speak if you don't I totally agree with Bong Sray because without confident speaking you cannot win anything speaking must be confident and in order to confidence you probably need to know your subject or sometimes you need to actually understand a lot of things this is not relating to a specific skill that's why you need to pile up your book read every day especially now like I think a lot of people start to think it's magic like everybody say right like His Excellency Soska says learning is not a magic it's like you're reading a book day by day every day you read the news and I think in order to be good public speaking you have to build up every day has to build up I think and to me debating in the public world is important but for in the workplace sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not that good because in the workplace we need result oriented a lot of people can only talk without base and a lot of I mean in I think so you need to properly public speaking doesn't mean you just speak without a ground rule you have to speak with foundation without the fact space you can otherwise you speak will not be a public speaking because become a liar speaking so and then you end up with discredit everything else the more you talk the more you discredit yourself so just one keynote you have to really talk based on the true fact not something you make up not something if you really want people to believe you you have to quote something quote this quote that I think one of our speakers quote World Economic Forum so when you say this wow he based on some fact so at least have some ground rule I think that's a tip for public speaking I think a lot of public speaking is to win over the crowd to motivate people, to inform people that different way of public speaking. But in the workplace, they're totally different than you speak outside, because you're not just only convince people, you have to deliver the result to your boss as well. So a lot of things you really need to really add up those things. I'm talking about from my experience as a boss, right? So if someone come and good public speaking to me without a ground rule, and then without a solution, get out of my door. I don't tell me too much a problem. Tell me the problem and the solution. So I think your public speaking also can involve all these things as well. Don't think only you just go on the stage, you can speak, and then you try to win over what you think is right. In the work environment, it's not try to win. I mean, in a debate, sometimes it's no right or wrong, but in the workplace, there is a right or wrong. So you should actually focus on that. That's as well. So I just want to give a note on from the working environment, and I think this my share. Thank you.
Very good points, Bong Jumran. Yeah, I would like to add on to that regarding the debate. Well, you need to be very careful and not to be defensive. You cannot challenge your management too much, because at the workplace, like Bong Jumran said, you need to be more open to ideas. You need to collaborate and discuss and find solutions. You're not trying to make your ideas more outstanding than others. You're not trying to convince your management to follow your ideas and not theirs. So yeah, you need to be very careful not to be defensive. In terms of public speaking for workplace, it's related to confidence again. Confidence is not just for public speaking, it's for working with people. Confidence you need to be confident to share your opinions to your management, to your colleagues. You need to be confident to speak up for something that you care about or you believe in. So it's a lot of things that comes from confidence. So public speaking can build confidence. So in the future, when the students become employees, and if they are confident enough, they will be successful in both working with the colleagues and working with the management, contributing ideas in the meeting, and so on. So yes, so it's a very good opportunity for people, for students in Battambang to experience this great program and to learn something new, and to have this very important skill that can help them to be able to to find a good job when they graduate. So yes, thank you so much.
Right, that's great. That's great. Thank you so much, Ray. Lots of useful tips and advices from all the three speakers. So let me sum up a few of the important point they mentioned. I think all of them address the importance of the result, right? You're not just talking and talking, even though the debate is about, trying to find out which one is better. It's like two sides of a coin, which one is the one that you are going to select. But after talking, it's important that we should be result-oriented. We need to get something out of it. Second one, I think, again, it's about the result and plan, which I remember the famous quote from the famous figure around the world who stated, "Don't show people your plan, show them the result." That's very important. So sometimes it may be a bit hard to try to convince them what you are trying to do or to prove that something is very useful. But once you can show them the result, how successful you become, then they will be convinced by themselves. Okay, I think the third point is about self-integrations. Be different, but be yourself. Right? You don't have to be like the others. You are yourself, you are different from the other, and there's nothing wrong with being different. You are unique in your own way. That's very important. And I really like to anchor this message once again to all the contestants in Bohachanam, right? Because in the competitions, you don't want to be like others contestants. Try to find unique skill that you can convince the judge, that you convince the hearts of the audience as well. I think I was fortunate enough when I could be the judge in the final round of the competitions back then in Private Province. And to be honest with you all, I really couldn't hold my tea at that time when announcing the name of the winner. And you see the joy of the family and the supporter and their smile. It was very emotional moment. Okay, all right. So I believe that those in Battambang, be ready for that, guys. All right. Okay. I promise this is the last questions. I'm going to ask the panelists, and then the floor will be to the contestants to ask the questions then. Okay. So let's start from Petra. Right. Petra, can you tell me your feeling? What excites you the most when you're doing public speaking or debating?
I haven't, to be honest, I haven't done debating, but I have done quite a number of public speaking. What excites me the most is the result of what I'm going to deliver to the audience. So when I know what the audience will get, I am self-motivated to do my best so that they will get what I want them to get at the end of the day. Some very good tips for the public speakers out there in Battambang. Try to be physically and emotionally ready. You need to be well prepared in terms of materials, in terms of rehearsals and everything, but you need to be healthy, right? You need to make sure that before you speak, you are well. You should not eat anything that is not healthy a couple of days ahead. You should take enough rest the night before. You need to make sure that your feeling is fresh. So you have a lot of things to talk on the stage. You don't have a lot of problems inside your head, plus public speaking. That will ruin your speech. So try to be fresh, emotionally and physically healthy and ready. And one more thing, it's a very good tip from our winner from last year program, 2019 programs. Try to speak at a normal speed, not too fast, not too slow. You want people to get the message. You want people to understand. So you don't try to speak at a level that people find it hard to understand. so that's a very important point of speaking or communication, because you want people to understand and get the message. So make sure they understand. And also don't try to focus too much on the accent. Sometimes you're not ready to make like an American accent or British accent. Try to be you. Don't try to pretend to be someone else. As long as you speak clearly and at a very good speed, everyone will understand. And that's very important. Thank you.
Right, Petra, thank you. I think that's run.
Okay, I agree with Petra. I think pronunciation is not the key to success in a language. The understanding is the key to success in a language. And the knowledge behind the language itself is the most important. It's not what you say, like, so people really kind of understand you speak like cách tông với bạch cắn. I think the most excitement about speaking, I think, is to share my real life experience. I will not have anything to hide. If I want to talk about my experience, my management, my childhood, my everything, because just to let everyone know that I am from Battambang. I grew up in Otakompi. I went to Salah Saler. I went to Salah Waterbraiso. And I was the same as you guys, that the time was difficult. And you could be the same as me in one day, or maybe greater than me, if you try your best. And I went through a lot of hardships in Battambang. I grew up half of my life in Battambang. So I know Otakompi very well. And I went to Salah Saler, and I went to Salah Waterbraiso. So you probably know those schools. I have a lot of childhood memories there. So I think the most excitement is to share my real life experience to the people who really want to understand, because I don't share from philosophy point of view. My words sometimes might not be as professional as people think, but this is a real deal. I say the truth. It's not polished. sometimes it can be hard. The same thing as just now I say about the public speaking debate in the organization. It's not, I mean, in the organization and in the real debating your team's working is different. When you're debating your team, it's important you have to find all the facts and look at the other side. It's important to win, but not winning by without facts. So it's important that you study the other side before you say something. It's not try to say something to overcome the other side. If you don't understand the other side, how can you win the debate? And then I think that a lot of people try to only study only your side, and then the other side you don't study. I think that's important. The tip that I want to give to everyone else. Other than that, I think I would like to share my real life experience, not in the book. That's what I want, excitement.
Right, great experience, Bong. Especially, I didn't realize that you had that lots of memory from Padambong province. And I think it's fortunate to have you as a speaker here, especially with the background from Padambong and now a successful person in Cambodia. Right, I guess you now become the idol of the contestants in the competition here, Bong. All right, I think they look forward to you then. Okay, right, thank you. So Pierre, you're the last one this time.
Okay, just like what I mentioned earlier, today remind me in the year of 2005. It was the very first time I did the public speaking or the speech, I would say. I did not join any kind of debate, just like, so the first speech I did was with the Jews around 330. They come from 10 countries, Asian plus Japan, and also through the family in Malaysia. I participated in one youth exchange program. It was so exciting. And for me, it's very first time. And you know what, my thing and my point of view was how to make them understand what I want to say, the purpose. I want to express a lot, but I have to think how can I put it into words and also emotion and the intonation. So at that time, my tip was to make it simple. I try to include some of the local language. Like, for example, I was in Malaysia, I used the word salamat, things like that. So we start the speech by engaging the attention from the audience. So we use the local words, the local language, and then they start to feel us. That is the first thing I started. And that was quite exciting. And for my tips, I would like to share that first and foremost, you have to make it simple. When you do any speech or when you do any debate, don't have to go with the technical word. They don't have, they cannot just wait until what does it mean in this terminology. So make it simple. Second one, you have to know the time that you have. That is the second tip you should know. If they give you only 3 minutes and then you go like 30 minutes, how about the rest? How many people will wait and listen to you? That is the second one from me. And the third one, I would say that add the story, add your story. Like at that time, it was a youth exchange program, or the youth, they had a kind of family that they have to stay with. So at that time, we express how we feel, how much love we got from the families. So we express those feelings and we add those stories in the speech. And those audience, they are very interesting since they want to know the result. Just like our panelists, they mentioned already, they just wait and the result, whether the youth, they like, they love the time they spend with the family or not. So we give them the result and the feedback that it was a lovely time. It was an unforgettable time that we have together. We get to know more family, things like that. So there are three things important. Simplify. You have to know the time management, and add the story that you can make it so that the way you simplify it's more easier. Okay, that is from me. Thank you.
Right, great, right? So it's interesting to see different speakers have, different feeling of excitement when they are doing public speaking and debate, right? So let me sum up some of the point dimensions. The first one is about the learning gain. When doing public speaking, it's important to make sure your audience gains something from you. And for them to gain something from you, it's important to use skills, language carefully to get your message across. Don't use technical terms. They don't understand the technical terms, right? Try to simplify the language, because the more simplified language you use, the better they will follow you and the better they will understand you. And especially like what Sapet mentions, how are you going to grab their attentions, especially how you win their heart. That's very important. That's very important, that you need to win the hearts of the audience. Okay, and from what Bong Chamran mentions, I think it's important to learn to play devil's advocate, which means you need to understand what the other people think, what are they going to say, and how you are going to defend those ideas, or how are you going to debate those ideas, but within a time frame. You're not going to speak to 10 minutes or 20 minutes. There's a time limit. So think about how are you going to deliver the message effectively within a time frame. All right. So great. Thank you so much for the useful tips and the feeling, excitement when you're doing public speaking and debate. Okay. All right. Contestants, I think the floor is yours now. If you like to ask questions, can you click raise hand, please, so that the technical team will allow you to start asking questions. Okay. So if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and ask questions. Okay, right, so we got one from Kanya, right? So technical team, please help with Kanya then.
So hello everyone, and first I would like to give my regard to all the respected guests. This question is not related to the public speaking or debating, but it is my personal question. So I'm really thankful for giving me the opportunity to ask about this question, because it is really bothering me since I am on my last year of high school. Yes, and the thing is that I want to know how can I be able to find what my passion is and what major I will be choosing or what I want to become, because even though I have given it a lot of consideration, I don't seem to find any result regarding this question. And it sometimes leads me to the loss of motivation. So I will be really grateful if you answer this question for me. Thank you.
Lady first.
Yeah, who want to start first? No problem, right?
Lady first. Okay, thank you. Okay. This is what I'm doing today, and almost 15 years already, I am in education. That question, I think, not just happened to Kanya, happened to most of the youth, most of the high school students. They already finished the high school already, and they don't know their purpose of life, especially the skill that they are going to take. So my idea, I would suggest you to volunteer and start working with people. You can also start since grade 7 or grade 10, you know. In the school itself, you have a lot of tasks you can do. Like you can volunteer in the library, you help manage the book, you help manage the people and also the schedule. You can help in the admin thing, you can help with the environment, you can help with the class, things like that. So when you are in the when you are a student, like what I'm doing, we always put the student in a real life practice. So doing this way, the student have a chance to understand, to know their passions. If they love with the service, whether they love with the people, whether they love with the technology, whether they love with the creating things or craft, things like that. So I would suggest you spend time, help the society, volunteer, and do the job that you can. And you spend some time, I would say, don't wait. On this point, don't wait. You know, what I did when the student turned to grade 10, I insert many field trips program to the students. I insert the field trip regarding to the bank, like we send the student to the bank so that they understand what does the bank work, how it work, how people do that, and they also witness the type of the skill, the type of positions in the bank, for example. So when they go, they might think that I like counting the number, I like counting the money. So that is my passion, might be, for example. Some people, they good at admin and at the back work. So when the school offer a good programs, they have a chance, they give a good chance to the student to digest their talent. So you should volunteer, you should start work part of the time, part-time I would say, with the school or with the society or with the place that you can talk to. And by now I think there is a lot of place and also organization, they offer the job that is for the volunteer, and they are willing to improve the youth, I would say. So when you do, the more you do, the more you know yourself, what you really like and what you really love. Okay, so if you just keep reading and you just keep watching and you do nothing, you never know yourself until you test yourself in your real life and real place, I would say. This is my suggestion. Second one, you also can talk with those who are closest to you. They are honest enough and telling you the truth. Sometimes, and let's say they are honest and they also want you to be better. Okay, on this part, you should be open as well. So some people, they understand you so well. They know that, okay, Kanya is very good at this. Okay, so you should expose yourself to these kind of things. Okay, and then when you finish your work, it also help you select the good and right subject for you as well. So when you got the right subject, you have a strong internal motivation. You do it, you learn, and you don't feel hard, and you don't feel like it's tired at all. Okay, so there are two main things. First, start doing something. Okay, don't wait. Okay, second one, you can talk with people who are the closest one with you, and should be open and balanced. Not, I don't mean that one they said you have to believe everything they say, but you balance. You ask yourself if you are really that kind of person. This is what I did to all the high school students. You know, we put them into practice, we consult them, and then we motivate them to select the thing they love and they like and they are passionate about. Thank you.
Okay, I can share. Thank you for sharing. I totally agree that getting involved is important. And I think this question, Kenya, bring up a really good question. That I think this was answer to everyone in the room. I think the two things they want to highlight in Cambodia: parents want the kid to do certain things that the kid that doesn't want to, one thing, and the kids normally like something but they don't want to do it. As another thing. I think if you have explored all those things that you are good at, and you don't like to do it, maybe you have to try it again and again to force yourself to do it, something that you're good at. Because if you do something you are not good at, you triple effort and maybe 5 times effort to do the same thing as what you like and you're good at. So I think it's important to explore yourself. Bong says already that in order to understand yourself is to get involved, ask people around, ask one, two people. But once you ask, so what if you don't like that? So I think, and then it's important that you really try to like what you don't like sometimes, because if you good at one thing and then you don't like it, but you're so good, so exploring it, I think that's and then at the end, if you're good at that thing that you're good at, and then when you grow up, you can explore to all the area that you like, you're not good at. I think it's not too late sometimes. And my thing is to ask more people to get involved. It's a very good thing to understand yourself. If you don't understand yourself, nobody really tell you what can tell you what you will be. And then once you understand yourself, you choose whether you actually go the thing you are good at, or you go the thing that you're passionate at but you're not good at. So that's up to you to decide. That is triple effort. And another thing is financially important as well. If you go some subject that totally that you will be have a hard time later on. So and then you have I have to actually balancing between the I think Petra will understand the balance between the market, the job market, and what you like. That's the most important. If you to study something, let maybe you study in Cambodia, you study make something that only in a developed world can afford. But you live in Cambodia, so you probably can't really go in that area. And if you want to go that area, you have to move to other countries. So I think that's my shares. Find something you're really good at, and decide whether you go for your good at, you go for your passion. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. I think Petra, your answer, please. Should we do something we're good at, or should we go for something that we love to do?
It's kind of difficult to decide, but I think our passion can change. So now maybe you have a passion for something, but then later when you have more experience in life and experience in working, you change your passion, and that's possible. And don't focus too much on your passion right now, but try to explore yourself more. Try to understand yourself and the outside world. Like Bong Chumran said, it's also very important to look at the market, the current market. Is what you are good at in demand in the market or not? Is what you are passionate about will be needed in the next 5 years or not? So there are a lot of questions to ask, but please take a look at the outside world and people around you and yourself. Is most important. Explore and give it more time, and don't rush. I would suggest that don't rush. Even now you're not sure yet what your passion is. It's fine. Stay cool. You have more to learn. You have more to explore, and you will find your passion, your true passion, soon enough. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. My personal experience. Back then in high school, I love IT. I think I failed the intern exam to be an IT person. Now I end up as language teachers, as school managers. All right, so it's hard to decide sometime. Okay, so let's decide your passions and what you are going to do then. Okay, great, very good. Thank you. We may be able to afford a few more questions. So next one, can you ask questions and direct it to which of the speaker that you want to ask them. So it's easier so that we can afford more questions then. Okay, right. Marida.
Yes. I would like to say hello to our special speakers, judge speakers, and teacher Lisa. So I also want to ask a personal question. Since I'm still in high school and I also work at the same time in my parents' business, like they give me the opportunity to be responsible for the whole business. So I have like more responsibility. So when I start working and studying at the same time, I seems to can't balance like both. I would be like very good at studying, but my working is like very low, or I will be focusing on working, but my studying will drop. So I want to ask Mr. Painting like I'm your fan. I want to ask how you can balance like how you can balance work, if I can say so. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for appointing me as your answer. I was actually, I tell a bit about my story. When I was your age, I pretty much the same things. I actually helped my parents to sell at the same time I studied, and that's a challenge that we all have. Sometimes as a parent, have the entrepreneur, and then they getting old. They might need help. They're not old, but they might need some this and that. And we the only person they trust. And then without us, it's kind of hard. How you do to wait between your education and and uh, and work. Before, I have not thought come out with to hire people to help you to do the work. I think because in your age, it's important to grow. The study is very important for future education. And if you are stuck with your parents, work that much, it might not be able for you to grow later on. To me, if you can afford, you can hire someone who can help you maybe 10, 20, 30%. It helps. And then you can have time to study. And of course, I think there will pro and con in the area. My time, I did not have a choice. But if I were to go back that in time, I would hire people to help me to do some work, and then I can study. Because my time, sometime in my mom's shop, I read the book, I do homework, and then when customer come, I just have to close my book. I have to serve the customer, and it's ongoing for years. And unfortunately enough, I'm very fit. I'm very healthy. I uh, I I study hard. So and it's nothing. I think if you don't work hard, you don't study hard, you're not going to get a result. It's not a magic like His Excellency South say. It just you have to go extra mile, but without sacrifice your health. So eat well and have at least minimum sleep as well, and then spend time wisely. You don't spend time. Sometimes I think a lot of people waste time on things that they're not necessary. Sometimes they think they're busy, and then they just show to your parents you are at work, but actually you're not work. So time management is the most important thing. You don't talk to your friend too much. It doesn't mean that I don't ask you to socialize. Those things are wasted. Select friend carefully. The friend who only bring you to somewhere that is not help your future. So select them, and then if you can sort out all of these things, I'm sure you can study while working. Because some family situation, they cannot hire other people, and you have no choice. You have to help, but and again, you spend time waste on other things. This time, I think, go back to time management. Facebook, YouTube, things. If you have to cut it, you cut it. You have. I mean, again, go back to yourself. You how you control yourself, or this thing, what you prioritize things. So I think this. I think I would like to share this time. Prioritize your work well. Cut down the friend that is useless. Some of them are so useless. I'm just I'm saying frank. I have a daughter so like your age as well, so I know exactly how it is. I keep telling her every day as well. So I mean, social life is important, but some friends just bring you to things that is not really a matter to you. So that's the most important part. Hang out with the right crowd, not hang out with the wrong crowd. Yeah, thank you. Am I answering your question?
One tips.
Okay, so yes, just only 1 minute only.
Okay. Marinda, I call you Marinda. Marida. Okay.
Marida.
Yeah. Actually, 2 points, and Bong Jamdan already mentioned about the time management. The first and foremost important is the expectation. You should ask what your parents expect from you.
Yeah.
So whether they only want you understand how the process it work, how you communicate with the customer, how the work like how the business is going, things like that. So you ask the expectation from the parents. Be honest and be open together, because it influence, and it might be a good influence and a bad influence. So try to get their intention, and also you yourself have to tell them what you think. From the expectation, you can tell them how much time you can do. Because if you just like you finish the class at 11 and you just change your course and go through the best process, and then you kind of put yourself into a situation that you're not willing to. So two important things that you should know is the time management and the expectation, that what you want to get and what they want to get from you when you join with the business. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, so I think it's important. Ask the questions. What do you expect from me? What do you want to get out of me? I think that's a clear way to communicate. Great, thank you. So,
can I have half a minute?
Okay, okay, right, that's right. Interesting one.
But I think it's a great opportunity for you to have, to be able to do something while you're studying. But I'd like to advise something. I think it's very important to be open with your parents. Tell them study is more important, but you can afford, an hour, 2 hours, or 3 hours a day. Be very clear on that, and choose the area of the business that you are passionate about. So it's related to passion again. So if you are passionate about finance and accounting, okay, mom and dad, I will spend 2 hours a day in the evening to take care of the finance and accounting. The rest you handle. Thank you.
Right, that's great.
Yeah, be clear. Be clear.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so we can afford for a few more questions. Okay, so next one, please, Marida. Thank you. Okay, so the next one we got Kum Lang. So yes, Kum Lang, what is your question? Please be specific and direct it to the speaker.
Hello, teacher, and hello, everyone here. So today I have one special question for all of you. We all know that by the COVID-19 pandemic, we all know the people in Cambodia, also around the world, need to be locked down. And we can't go study, we can't go school and working. So how to be potential on working or studying?
So who do you want to ask?
I want to ask all of you, but the time is running, so I'm point Bon Sopet and also you.
Okay. Okay, all right.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
you go first then.
As the crisis is the world crisis, not just us in Cambodia. First and foremost, we have to adapt it and make use and get the benefit from this situation. How can you be potential? Okay, so first you have to learn the skill that is needed, like the set skill that our panelists and also the moderator he just mentioned earlier. You have to learn those skills, the ICT skill, the language skill, okay, and also the social skill. Those are the important things you need to learn. And once you learn, you try to manage the time well, get yourself into the society where they share a lot, during this time, there is a lot of sharing, seminar, and also for me, like I have a lot of meeting per day. So make yourself active in the right way, okay? Make sure that you learned, make sure you learn new thing and also good things, but also the thing that you like, and also the market need in the future as well. They are now, the ICT skill is very important and kind of mandatory, and the language is so important. So become the leads. You have to know what type of leads you want to be in the future, what type of industry you want to be, like is it a service, is it a production, things like that. Then shape yourself into that kind of thing. Okay, thank you.
Right. I think for me, just want to add one point only, which is about motivations, right? So think about what motivates you to do something. So sometimes it's a bit hard to do something that you're not interested, then you're not motivated to do. For myself, I think my example during the lockdown, it was quite a struggle to manage the work as well as the family at the same time. But when it comes to what motivates me the most during that time, it's my family. Whenever I've got problems, I think about my family. I do everything for them. Whenever I got stuck in my decisions, I am unclear of what to do, I think about them. So they are the main source of motivation for me. Okay. So Kumlang, my question is to you. What motivates you to do something? If you find out the source of motivation, that would be something that you would excel in the future. Okay, right, great.
So, thank you for your question. My motivation thing is my family for sure. They are always motivating me to do something and be confidently to do it.
Okay, great, very good. Thank you. All right, so let's go to the next one then. Okay, about May, yes. What is your question? So please be specific and direct it to which of the speaker that you want to answer.
Okay, and hello everyone. I hope you're all doing great. So now I want to ask Teacher Jungran. Let's get straight to my question is, I have become as a volunteer in many different places and I met a lot of people. So I wonder that all those things that I've been through, what will help me in the future with my careers? Like, does it helpful for me, even though my career is kind of different like this? Thank you, and sorry if I made mistake. Thank you.
Okay.
She's directing to me, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Boramai, for directing to me. And I think any experience will be benefiting to you in the future for sure. And wherever you go, you will pick up different things as long as you're willing to learn and try to capture the importance of each area, that each place you go, you observe, you see what is the important thing. That's either good or bad. You will learn from any thing that you join. But don't, like we say earlier, remember you need to have at least one specialty for your life before you can grab everything. Everything is after you have one specialty. When you become a management, that's the tool that you understand through the process of life. That will be helpful because management, they will need you to understand various things, various instance of life. Those things will be really useful. But even you have a specialty and then you learn a lot of things from various places. Those things can help you to solve life-solving issues. When you meet certain scenario, then you can utilize this learning from this area and then this area. So those are so important. That's why I keep saying every day is learning. Beside your every day is learning day. Beside one thing that you want to learn in life is special skill to grow that area. I think it's, to sum up, it's really useful. Please keep doing it.
Okay, that's.
Can I add something?
Sure, but not in a minute.
Yeah, half a minute, I promise. So earlier I shared the hard skills and soft skills. Now I want to share the transferable skills. These are the skills that you get from a particular place or workplace, and then when you go to the next one, you can still use those skills to be successful in the workplace, like collaboration skills, teamwork, or communication, or something like that. So these are transferable skills. It doesn't matter what industry you are in; they are relevant. You can use it in a bank, you can use it in telecommunication company. So they are still relevant. In addition to your, of course, your specialties. Thank you.
Right, that's great. Thank you. Let's move on to the next questions. Main, yes. So please be specific with your questions and direct to one speaker only.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to say hello, teacher, and all our special speakers. So my question is for teacher Sophia. As you mentioned that catching audience attention while public speaking is the best. So I wonder what is an interesting way for us to catch our audience attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mao Ming. Okay, so my tip is you have to know your audience before you make them interesting. You have to know them first, their background, and also what type of language they use, for example. So to interact with them and make them interesting, when you know the audience and the audience might know you, I think. You will start something that make them interesting. For example, make it easy. When you start talking with your friends, those friends, those group of people, you know, right? So you will start with the storytelling or the kind of funny thing you want to start with, but make sure that is a good funny thing to start. And once you start with that, the audience will start interact with you and want to listen to you. Okay, so when you talk about the youth, you have to know what the youth really want to know, want to hear. Okay, that is how you should understand the audience before you start. And make yourself simple. Don't try to you know, it happened, you know, most of the speaker, including me, I myself, I feel quite excited, and I sometimes did not speak out the way I want to speak because I did not get myself ready. Okay, so know your audience, get yourself ready, and make it simple. Sometimes you put the smile on your face so that the audience feels the sense. So if you go up on stage and your face is just like undescribable, then they will not listen to you at all, you know. So make it simple, fun things, insert like what we say, sense of humor inside your speech, they will follow you.
Thank you for your sharing.
Okay, great, thank you. Ray, we may be able to afford and then there's something surprising because there will be one more special guest speaker to join us today.
We're on a meeting.
Okay, so next person, please. Okay.
So, first of all, I would like to pay high respect to the teacher and also everyone. My name is Balria, and such a good train that I can ask questions to the teacher. So my question is, do you think that after we finish grade 12, should we study two skills at the same time or not? So I love to get answer from teacher Jamran. Thank you so much.
That's good questions, and I think it's go back to exploring your skill set again. I think it's what you study after grade 12 is probably not what you will do. Maybe we don't know. And some like teacher Visaus, he study IT now. He's do in education. So having a multiple skill set is good, but can you handle it? Do you have enough time to do it? I think it's best to define one first that you think you most likely will like it. And then if you don't like it, it's not too late. You can actually later on. A lot of students in the uni, they change the subjects at year 3. Sometimes they study year 3, they find something, oh, I don't like it. So I change the subject. Some program, they have the same fundamental, is okay. But some program, they totally different, so you have to restudy it. But I don't want you to go to that route, but just explore, get out more to understand yourself. And it's not too late to change subject. Just focus on one first. To me, it's might be helpful because you don't have all the time in the world to do a double subject. Until sometime at the end of year 4, you can do a double major or something like that you're interested in. So you can do it. But initially, do not try to do two things, I think. to my recommendation. Thank you.
Can I share one word? Please remember quantity and quality. It never go together. If you want more quantity, the quality will also go down. So decide yourself, you want more or you want the best. Thank you.
I can share my experience as well before we move on to invite our special guest today. Back then, I also studied at two universities at the same time. One is the Bachelor of Business Management, and the other one is TEFL, the same school as Superior as well. But think about the benefits. So sometimes you may study two majors, but at work, which one are you going to use? Are you going to use the one from University A, or are you going to use the one from University B? In my case, it's a bit special because language is very important for the work. The skill that I learned from business management allowed me to become a good manager. Okay? So think about the benefits. If you're trying to achieve too much, that's not going to happen. Okay? So quality over quantity. All right, great. Thank you. Right.
Thank
and
you,
now,
teacher.
yep, okay. And now I think it's my honor to invite His Excellency Sorata to join the panel discussion. I think we have talked a lot about youth skills and their future employment, which, you know, a lot of things that His Excellency can share with us and the perspective as well. All right. So His Excellency Sorata, if you could say a few things and insight about it, please.
First of all, I would like to greetings to Adam Salsuka, greetings to everybody inside the group. Obviously, this is not planned, so I apologize in advance if I sound really rough. But I would like to share some experience and maybe give some advice because what I've heard before and what I'm hearing now, it's really good. I'm actually very surprised about your English. It is very respectable, and even though like it is not perfect, I think that you are on the right path to getting there. So, I mean, growing up, me and a few other people inside this group, we have an unfair advantage, I think, because we studied abroad. So what that means is that we have to use foreign language, so basically English, to communicate with other people. And there's no way that those people will understand the Khmer language. So obviously we are forced to, and we don't really communicate in Khmer anymore when we go abroad. So I think that's really important to learning English. And my advice to you guys is that if you want to improve, I think you should gather around with like-minded people, like that wants to learn a foreign language, especially English in this area, in this topic. So I think that's really good if you could, you know, gather around at coffee shops and maybe just communicate in English. I know it will feel really awkward at first, but I think that is something that you do. And there's a joke that when we were abroad is that if you want to learn another language, it's like you get a girlfriend or a boyfriend that in that, you know, that they will speak in that language. So another way, yeah, so at first I think it will feel awkward, but it's just some ideas that you can expand on. I think another idea is to, I think nowadays with it being really hard to meet up and, you know, socialize, I think movies or YouTube or something of that nature is really good because you could, I think the first step is maybe try a younger age movie rather than a movie that is really complicated to understand. And you go from there. But I do agree with like some of our panelists saying that I think try not to, how to say, try not to try too hard to speak in other people's accent. I think that's really it. For me, I feel like I can see through that, and it's not really nice to do that. And also, I think that being yourself and enjoying what you do is the most important thing here. And I want to share with you briefly on the career path. I heard a lot of questions being asked, and I think that maybe I can chime in a little bit. I think the question about doing two major, I think that's really good because also our panelists giving answers, but I would like to give like some maybe feedback on that. If you look, for example, like at restaurants, you know, some restaurants, they have so many food on the menu, but none of them taste really good, you know. And some restaurants, they only have like maybe 5 things on the menu, but they taste really good, you know. That's an example that I can give. And I think that that is what you should focus on. So rather than being really good at, rather being like know how to do many things, but not good, do one thing that is really good. I think that will help you. And I think I went through, when I was younger, I went through business administration. I did police school. I did interior design. So at the end, what did I do? I became director of UYFC. So, you know, it didn't really like matter. It didn't really, you know, like go the way I wanted to, but at least I have, let's say, business administration that I learned, and I think I can carry that. So a wider spread of knowledge, and I can always go on with that, you know. So there's always, you know, some kind of backup that I have. So if I were to not do this anymore, I would do something else and it will fall into. So I think try not to go something too niche or something that is too, how do you say, like, that that later on you might not use. I know it sounds really redundant to say or really, you know, but that is something that I can give. And I think that, yeah, I think that's all I have today. And I'm sorry if I sound really broken. I didn't plan to have to be speaking today. So thank you for having me, and please carry on the conversation. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, His Excellency. Especially, you know, your sharing and the restaurant analogies. There may be too many food on the menu, but you cannot eat all of them at the same time. So why not just have a few on the menu and then try to select the one that fit you best? That's very good, right? Excellency, if you can share with us, you know, maybe it's a bit personal. How was your girlfriend like back then when you were overseas?
Okay, so I think, well, my wife is like sleeping, so she won't hear this. but yeah, when I had a girlfriend, they were overseas. They were American, and so to speak with them, we had to speak English. So I was forced to speak just one language, and sometimes I didn't, like, we didn't know the words, and you know, and stuff like that. And those are the really good times that you actually get to explore yourself and push yourself forward, because if you don't know, you have to find a way there, right? So this is really important. And I think that, you know, speaking to each other, it will be really good. Like if you guys can practice in coffee shops, you know, just try to just do it. Like I'm pretty sure like it will be super awkward, you know, just to speak to each other in English when you know that you can speak Khmer more fluent. But yeah, you have to do it. I think it will pay off in a long time. Yeah, long run. Yeah.
Sure, yes, of course, right. I know it's, I agree that it's very awkward, but Excellency, you also raised a very good point on language identity. You don't have to be like other people, just be yourself once again. If you listen to the English spoken by the Filipino, they never drop the three, through, and so on, which, you know, something that they are proud of. When people listen to that, they know that it's the Filipino. Right. For Thai language, I think it's the same thing where the r and the l sound become blended and everyone can recognize it. So for Cambodian speakers of English, you don't have to be like a native speakers. Speak the one that identify your identity, and that's very important. Thank you. And Excellency, please don't leave us. Once you're on stage, you cannot leave the stage until the end. Okay, all right. Okay, contestants, if you have further questions, I know there are a lot of questions lining up. So now we got 4 panelists on the stage. So please feel free to ask the question, but please be direct and specific. Thank you. Right, Dunjai, your turn, please.
Okay, thank you, teacher, for giving me a chance. Today, I want to ask a question. As one of the contestants here today, I want to ask a question to my beloved sister, La Sopet. I want to ask you from your experience. If you fell down, what should you do?
Okay, it's good enough. He called me sister, not auntie. Okay, thank you, Dong Chai. Personally, even during this period, you know, it's a hard time for all the business owner. But if you ask the word fail, what should I do? First and foremost, I have to think positive. I have to motivate myself first. Because when we think positive, we try to awaken ourselves, not to disappointed ourselves. And then we can think about the solution and see the world bigger. So when you fail, you consider it as a lesson that you can go. Some people, they don't have a chance to learn this lesson. So when you have a chance, you take advantage of from it, I would suggest. And just like Bong Chamran mentioned, every day is a life learning journey, you know. So learn every day, learn from it, keep learning. The more you learn about life lessons, the more you get mature. So when you become mature, you will know that what is really fail and what is really success, because people define success and failure in a different way. Okay, so for me, I myself, I keep myself positive and open myself, learn from people around, and also listen to other people, and don't isolate it yourself. That's what I can share. Thank you.
Okay, great, Satya and Dongchai, thank you so much. Right, let's move on to the next one then.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Can I quickly share a very important word? So I'd like to share one term that is crucial at workplace. It's called resilience. Resilience is the ability to recover or to get up from failures or difficult situations that you face in life. So I want you to remember that word, resilience, and you can explore more. Thank you.
Yes, it's important to recover from the problems very quickly. Great, thank you.
Very quickly, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yep, okay, next one, please. We got Aliza. Right.
First of all, I'd like to say hello to our special guest here, and also thanks for the opportunity for me to ask, because I've been waiting for this for so long. And my question today is, does bottom grade really matter, like in real life? And I'd like to ask Teacher Sopet, because we're both women, and I think we share the same, you know, we went through the same situation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So it is important. It's actually depend on the, I would say, when you learn, there is 2 things you learn. You have to understand. For now, the students spend around 15 years study general education from K. Some kids, they study from K3, which is a 3-year, 4-year, 5-year, grade 1 until grade 12, which you call it high school. So that is a journey, you know. That journey teach a lot about the self-development, the communication, the society, and what the teacher wants. You know, they want to know, and they want their kids to understand the life. Also the parent, you know, the parent want to know how much the kid learn from the life. Okay, the the diploma and the certificate important or not, I could say that it's yes and no, I would say. So like in my school, once I recruit a staff, I will put it into a real practice for recruitment. Of course, I check their certificate, their diploma, but I did interview with the staff, you know. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay, Sophia. That's much appreciated.
So
Okay.
we do the interview and then we taste how much you understand about life. Are you having a good attitude? Are you responsive? Your capacity is good. That is a big part already, because when you study, your lifespan with the learning journey. But when you go to work, just like Bong Chomron mentioned and also Petra mentioned, we did the result. We need the productivity, you know. So it's important, and it's so I would say it's might not important for some time, because some kids, they are not able, some youth, they are not able to finish their grade 12 at all. So will we give a chance to them to work if they are qualified in terms of some tasks that they can do? Yes, of course I will, personally sharing. Okay, I hope I answer your question.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you, Sophia, and thank you, Aliza, as well. Sophia, it's really appreciated you spend your Sunday with us. If your kid want to join, maybe ask them to join then.
She joined quite a time already.
Okay, all right, great. I think next one on the list, we got Linda, right? Linda, please be specific and direct to the speaker then.
All right, so
Your mute.
right. So first and foremost, I would like to give my great respect to Excellency, Coach, as well as the wonderful speaker here today. And I found very insightful. Yes. So speaking here, I'm gonna go straight to Mr. Sopetra. Yes. So my question is, so how do I deal with it? How do I deal with it if I stuck during giving speech? Yes. Thank you.
All right, Petra, you're mute.
Yeah, thank you so much, Solida, for the question directing to me. When you get stuck, okay, normally you are well prepared before the speech, but of course, things may not turn out to be as what you expected. So when you are stuck, there are certain things that you can do. In speaking, you can use fillers when you are stuck of ideas to give you some time to you know, what do we say, to recall what we have prepared before, so that we can continue our speech. The fillers could be something like the simple thing like but not too much, and something else could be a phrase like what I meant to say was, or the interesting about my point is, something like that. But these ways could save some time. But I would say getting stuck is not a good thing during a speech. So I would suggest that you get very well prepared. Prepare something that extras. Like, for example, you plan to talk about 3 different main points, but try to give a few more points, add a few more points to your lists, like 1 or 2 more, just in case you are stuck. You can always have something to back up. So that's what I can share. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. I think Bonwata also want to share something, and we were smiling while you're talking. So maybe Bonwata, can you share with us some tips, especially when getting stuck, you know, doing the public speaking?
I think normally I would like to have everything prepared before speaking in public. I think preparing is the most important thing when we talk about public speaking. And when you get stuck in public speak on stage, it can become like really stressful. But I think maybe you should give yourself space and try to like not make it look like you're going through some kind of distress, but maybe just take a moment for yourself to just think about what you're saying, because sometimes when you speak, when you're speaking aloud, you need to also have a coordination of what you're talking about. So you don't just say and then don't think about what you're saying, but you say and then you think about what is actually being said, and then you can continue on from there. And try not to rush things. Try to be calmer and be more patient with yourself. I think that will help too. Yes. Thank you.
Can I share a word?
Please. Yes.
I think it might happen to anyone when you go on the stage. So when you get stuck, I would suggest you like smile to the audience and tell them that I am a bit excited, or I'm like make sure that the audience with you, the audience understand your situation. So the good audience, I would say, good audience, they will give you applause, and they will say that it's okay, go, it's good, we want to hear more, for example. So that is another external motivation. So first you have to express yourself that you really get stuck and make it it's happened, accept that it's happened sometime and to any one of us. Okay, so make it simple, make the audience with you and make the audience understand you. That's keep the flow going on. Thank you.
Bon, please go.
I think this is a good question. Everyone got stuck. I think I would share this. When you fail in the speech, it's not the end of the world. Think about it. If you fail, just fail, and then you divert to a new topic or subject. That's all. So it's okay. That's it. I want to share.
Okay, I think that reminds me of what happened to His Excellency Hun Manet at that time. He was giving speech at the Global Alumni Conventions organized by IDP Education. He got stuck in the middle of the speech and it was like, hey, Jesus, I feel nervous. He said that out loud in front of like 500 people. And instead of, showing his fear, he made people laugh, buy him some time, and he continued the talk. So sometimes it's okay to make fun, while you are doing public speaking. That's where strategies. Sure. Okay.
Don't be too serious.
Yes, of course. Great. Very good. Right. It's not the end of the world, like Bong Chambrad mentioned. Thank you. Great. I think we got the next question from Sokyung. Yes, Sokyung, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, teacher, for this opportunity, and I would like to respect to teacher and hello to everyone. So my question is, I want to ask to teacher Ratha, and I want to know like the thing that change you when you move out to study another country. So what is change you the most when you change to study another country? Yes, that's my question.
Thank you for the question. I think everybody will have to go through this over time. The most drastic change that I have to face is, I think, the distance between yourself and your family, and the fact that like going to see them, it can be a challenge, especially like living so far, like in the United States. So I mean, you may know to travel from Cambodia to the States is probably like 24 hours, so one whole day, and it's not easy because it's really expensive to buy plane tickets, and sometimes you go with your siblings, so the cost adds up. So one thing that changed me is that I got more independent being so far away from my parents. So I didn't have to feel like I need people to do me things, you know, like rely on people. So over time, when you go away from your parents and you're on your own, you will feel more independent and you will learn a lot more. You will learn a lot more from being far away. I think Bom Ram can chime in because he also like lived abroad as well. So I think it will be a good question for him to answer as well.
Okay, so please, Bang Jamrat, if you feel free to join in.
But thank you. Thank you, His Excellency Sarata, for giving me a chance to speak. Study abroad is not an easy thing. Firstly, you have to be separated from your parents. And it's good and bad. Separate things, you're missing your family, but getting stronger. As a lot of Cambodian parents are actually really do everything for their kid. And then once you go to overseas, even though you are in Battambang, you come to live in Phnom Penh alone, you also feel very difficulty in the first place. But the more difficulty, the stronger you are. Like I just sent my daughter during this COVID to Singapore to study. And my heart is still pain because I don't want her to go through all the pain. But now she's just back for summer. She is a different person. I experienced myself, but now I have a daughter. I experience with my daughters as well. She can cook, she can wash the clothes, she can prepare the room, she can exercise. So those things are really important. And another thing is when you study overseas, it's called culture shock. You probably once you landed in overseas, it's called culture shock, which means that you will meet various people from around the world that have a different lifestyle, different background, and then you have to learn how to adapt to things. They might see things differently than what you see, and then you have to actually sometimes try to understand why people see certain things, and then these things are learning. So if you have to open, if you don't open, you will stuck. So, but once you study there, they will force you to open anyway. Most people will go open, and there will be teachers can actually consult on culture shock. I think one of the most things is culture shocks. And another thing is you miss your parents. You want to go home, and sometimes you're so excited. Oh, I go study abroad. After the first month, cry. But those things are actually it's a process that growing up, and it's not wrong to miss your parents. It's totally right. And this day, even now, you have more connection. My time, I had to write a letter. Each call costs $5 per minute, and I cannot call too long. So those things are actually we experience. I think His Excellency House also spend a lot of money on the phone bills as well. So we all go through the same thing. So I think that's what I share. So I think but one thing, please be Cambodian. Try to learn something, our own identity as Cambodian people. Don't forget what we are. That's the most thing that we do. This is the value we have. We are different. We are not the same. Don't try to influence by those people try to change you. Their value is different than our value. Once you go study anywhere, people try to change you. Don't. We are Cambodia. We still this. We respect other people's culture, but don't change.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah, sure, please.
Just to remind that once you select the country that you think you will continue your study, you also should check the weather as well. You know, the time difference and also the weather. Some of us can adapt it easily with the cold and freezing and hot season, things like that. But some could not adapt at all. So before you select, you have to check yourself whether you are fine to be with 0 degree or under 0 degree, whether you're fine with that or not. Because if you cannot bear with the weather, the climate, the time, you don't have any attention to learn at all. And it's also your health problem. So know yourself before you select the country that you're going. Okay, thank you.
Right, and speaking of the weather, I think long time ago, I was excited, getting to touch the snow for the first time in my life. I was very excited. 10 days later, I was like, oh my God, I'm stuck here. I could not go anywhere. There was no taxi. I couldn't drive in the state. You know what happened? I got stuck for 3 months at home without any of transportation. Besides waiting for my sisters and brothers-in-law to drive me whenever they are free. But beside that, I got stuck at home, and that was the feeling at that time. You're right. Choose the weather very carefully. Okay. All right, thank you. Next question, please. I think I know you are excited to ask questions, but we may be able to afford for a few more minutes only. Thank you.
So, hello everyone, and thank you so much for giving me a chance to ask you some questions. So, my question is, you know, since I was a child, I want to be a programmer, and when I was grade 9, and then I was start thinking, oh no, I don't want to be it anymore. And because of I asked my brother, asked everyone around me, and hey bro, what are you studying? And he just said, oh, I'm studying programmer. And everyone around me just studying IT. And since then I don't want to be it anymore, you know, and I just sleep and thinking, oh, I don't want to be IT, I want to be a pilot. And for just a period of time, oh, I start thinking again, no, I don't want to be a pilot, I want to be doctor. And it's just like that, you know, it's just like, oh, I don't want to be Z, oh, I don't want to be this. So yeah, how can I know what's my goal in my life if I, you know, just, oh, I want to be this and be those, be this, be those. So I, you know, like, I don't know now. I don't know what my goal in my life is. So the question I want to ask to Mr. Our special guest Sarotha. Yeah, I want to ask you my question to you. Yeah.
Oh, I don't have a special answer to your question, but I will share some experience that I went through. So, like I said, I studied business administration. So, in terms of business, like I got that side covered. So, in terms of my education, and another thing that is important to note is that I think opportunities plays a large part in what you come across. So if you were to, you know, like one day you were to meet a company who require a programmer, I think, you know, I think you need to find yourself. And I think also the panel also like advised to you that, well, actually to the whole group, is that you need to get out there to do more things, you know, and find what you actually like. And I think I cannot answer your question other than I think you are the only one who can answer your question, because you need to know, like, you know, what you want to do in the future. And I think that by doing that, you need to get out and do more things and try to find yourself and to know yourself more. And I think that my other tip is that maybe to find a sector where it's up and coming and not everybody is doing it. So I think programmer or IT is also good. And you can see, like, you know, in the US or in India or in other Western countries, like there is a large need of IT people, and a lot of them are making a large amount of money. And I have to refer this again, but even Bong Jaman is also doing IT. So I think that's, you know, for him, I think it's a better question to ask him, not me. But but yeah, like he's also, you know, TO company is doing mostly IT work. But my general answer is that I think you need to get out and do more activities to find what you like and what you don't like, and not just stay in one place and just think about, oh, okay, I want to be this, I want to be that, you know. So yeah, that's my biggest contribution. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Right, so I think.
Can I share?
Yes, please. Okay.
I think this question might also happen to some of the youth. My suggestion, you need to read and you balance. There is a test called DISC test. Have you ever heard about that? DISC test. So those tests can test 4 types of people. Sometimes you don't know what type of people you are. So you don't know what is your best skill, what is your like and your love, things like that. DIC refer to the test that they test the brain and also how you act to that, whether you are a dominant person, whether you are influent person, if you are conscious, things like that. So read that one. It's just for a reference only. It doesn't mean that when you do that, it judge your future. Okay, it's just like in Cambodia and some Asia country, we do believe in feng shui and also គ្រូទាយចឹងអញ្ចឹងតែអាហារការមើលគ្រូទាយ it's just like វាមិនមែនជារឿងអត់ខ្ចោះឬមួយ perfect 100% ដែលយើងត្រូវទៅទេវាជាអបិយជំនឿមួយខ្ញុំចង់បញ្យល់ចឹងណាចឹង the more you read the more you should have the question to ask yourself what type of thing you really like. And it's just like Petra mentioned earlier, you know, passion and thing you like might change sometime. It changed because of what? Because of the market, the situation, and when you grow up. So for example, just like a toy, that toy is like a car, like a doll, things like that. So when you come mature adult, your toy is like the real car, the real motor. Okay, so people change because of we change because we grow up. Okay, so anyway, we have internal that is still there. So ask yourself whether you like to work with people, whether you like to make people like listen to you, influence, or you like the system, you like a thing that already set up, for example. So DISC is one of the reference that you might read and understand more, and then you can check yourself that as well. Thank you.
I'd like to share my personal experience quickly. When I was in primary school, I wanted to be an artist. That's because I was very good at painting and drawing. And then when I moved to secondary school, I wanted to be an architect, like a more advanced like way of drawing and things, right? But then when I reached high school, I was more interested in language. So I started language and IT. So I started to put a lot of time and effort on language and IT. So I would like to stick to my previous advice. You still have a lot of time. Take time to explore things around you. Take time to explore yourself. And one day you will find your true passion. And then you can stick to it.
Right.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, thank you. So I think we can afford for one last question for today,
Yes.
right?
First of all, I would like to show my gratitude to teacher and everybody here. So I would like to direct this question to Mr. Rotha. So as you know, as me, the eldest child of the family, and I've been living under my parents' roof and under their rules. So after graduation, I'll be moving out and living alone. So by that time, I will also study, working, and also taking care of my brother. So this is a problem. So how should I manage this out? So like, how do I manage things out like that? Because as living alone, moving out for the first time in my life, and also I had no relative at all. So I want to know how should I manage this out? To keep myself safe, taking my brother, working, and also study at the same time.
Thank you for the question. When I was younger, I stayed by myself, and it can be very challenging to. I'm not gonna make it nice to hear, but it's not very very pleasing because you have even more tasks than I had, which was, you know, to look after your brother and other things, among other things. So it is very hard. It is manageable, and I think that is part of being independent, moving away from your family. But I think it's also very good for your future if you can manage it. But like again, like I want to add is maybe if you can manage less work, it will be less stressful for you, and you can have more time to focus on your study, focus on your work. But if that's not an option, it is still manageable. But I think that you need to get down. The most important thing is schedule your work and play time correctly. And I think that it can be achieved. But I would not advise to do so many things at the same time, because you just don't have physical time to do anything other than, you know, like, and over time it might demotivate you to do other things in the future. For example, to make you like more successful, you have to be very happy at what you're doing. So if for whatever reason, there are some things that is stopping you from being happy and doing what you think you should be doing, I think that maybe you should cut down on the amount of responsibilities and try to focus on what is more important to you. And I think that it's also good that you have a clear choice. You have a clear vision of what you think you will be doing. So I mean, that is also very positive to hear. And but I think if you have like a roommate to share responsibilities with, maybe like have a friend who can you know, like split up the, you know, like the apartment bill or the house bill or something like that, and maybe part-time look after and somebody to study together, I think that it will help you a lot. So yeah, so my time in Singapore or other countries is that like there is a lot, because if you start doing stuff that, you know, you start being on your own, you will realize and you will learn a lot more things, but also like it's also very hard to manage as well. So yeah, I think that I think you will enjoy it. I think because you look like you have a clear path of what you're planning to do. So yeah, I think you will have a good time. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, Bong Ratha. Very special piece of advice from Bong Ratha is to be clear with what you are doing and don't try to do so many things at the same time. Okay, right, great, thank you. I think we cannot afford for any further questions. I have to apologize for that. But before we end the discussion today, I would like to invite all speakers to, you know, say your final words of advice to all the contestants. So I think maybe in the order, lady first. So Pierre.
Okay. This is a very good morning for me. It's Sunday, but very active and fruitful, I would say. And I am lucky on the stage because I can share some of my view, and hopefully the youth can learn along the way. I have 7 tips since it is on 7 days of the week. Okay, first one, please don't wait. Procrastination is never good. Okay, so don't wait. If you want to do things, you write down, you should start doing it. Don't wait. Okay, second one, think positively. Because if you don't give yourself an award, if you don't motivate yourself, you cannot move forward. Inside is more important than outside. If you are strong enough, people will support you. Okay, so whenever you do, you have to know that that might be wrong, that might be right, but as long as you do it in a good way and does not harm anybody, that is good. Okay, so think positively and do positively. The third one, keep learning new things. You have to get advantage from the technology. For now, you can learn a lot. You can search, you know, remember back when I finished my high school in the year of 2000, at the time the internet is not really wiring like that. It's very expensive, you know. 1 hour it costs around one US dollar just to search. Remember, in the year after 2000, and $1 at that time, it's a lot of money for me. So we want to search what type of skill I really want, what thing is good, for example. So we need to spend money and effort and also the language. So for this generation, get the benefit from it, learn things that is good for you, okay? But not all the thing is good for you, just to bear in mind. The fourth one, you besides learn is about the social skill. You cannot disconnect yourself from people. But just like Bong Jamran mentioned and our panelists raised, select the group that is right for you. Not every people is right for you. Not every person is good for you. And also you have to accept yourself that you are not always good for everybody. Okay, accept it. So social skill is very important. Even though you know a lot of skill like IT and also accounting, finance, but if you don't know how to work with people, how can you survive? Okay, so this is very important. The fifth one is about adaptations. We cannot change. COVID is here. So better don't blame, no need to blame. Be supporting, support yourself and adapt to it and see the advantage that you can get from that one. If you just like stay and complain, then there is no good thing happen, you know, only disappoint yourself, make yourself a negative person. So adapt to it and learn to grow in a new normal life. That before you have to go to class, you meet people, you meet teacher, you meet friends, you discuss, but now you can discuss, you can learn, still you can learn, right? So you adapt yourself using the technology, okay? Adapt it and learn from it and how to use it, can get benefit from that one. Just like ខ្ញុំសូមលើកឧទាហរណ៍ទូចមួយដូចជាកូនក្មេងណាបើសិនជាអ្នកខ្លះគាត់អត់ធ្លាប់ដោះបាយជើងទេចាអញ្ចឹងណាអញ្ចឹងពេលដែលគាត់បើកូនក្មេងដែលគាត់ធ្លាប់ដោះបាយជើងគាត់ដើរទៅនៅលើគ្រោះឬមួយក៏លើការហៅខ្សាច់អីហ្នឹងក៏គាត់មានបញ្ហាដែរប៉ុន្តែបើកូនក្មេងដែលគាត់ធ្លាប់ដោះបាយជើងគាត់ដើរទៅអត់ឈឺទេអញ្ចឹងដូចគ្នា when you are fast in adapting, okay, you will not have any problem in growing at all. The sixth one and quite important is about health. You have to think about your mental health and your body health. Okay, take some time to do exercise. And actually, I don't know whether you can see that book or not. Can you see this one? The title called "How to Get from Where You Are to Where You Want to Be," and they have a 25 principle of success. From that, I would like to quote from one Canadian speaker. They said that there is a power of hours. Only we have 24 hours per day, but make use of 1 hour, 20 into 3, 20 minutes exercising, 20 minutes visualizing, like visual, imagine, ask yourself what you really want to be, for example. And this is so good for you, and 20 minute reading. Okay, so power of hour is a kind of awaken tool. You can start from 1 hour and then you can success. Okay, 20 minute reading, 20 minute visualize, and 20 minute exercise. The last one I would like to raise about independent and self motivation. You still have to communicate, you still have to listen to people, you have to learn, and you have to be independent. You select anyone that you feel like they are influent enough and learn the good way, what they teach you. Okay, so doing this way, you don't have to wait until guide you all the time. Be independent, and this is very important for your life, because you cannot just stay and get guide and hold hand all the time. Okay, there is time that you have to express yourself, do it by yourself. Thank you. I hope that 7 things help for today's sharing.
Right, okay, great, thank you. I think next on the list, Bong Jamran.
Okay, let me give tips, the important tips for today's meeting. My first priority is to stay away from negative people. They are toxic. If you want to success, get away. Whoever it is, doesn't matter. 2, be kind. If you're not kind, people around you hate you, you will not be success. Kind doesn't mean give money, doesn't mean give money alone. You can be action kind, helpful, all those things. And that's kind. One more thing is, like, I think Mr. Supia already said a lot of things already. I just maybe I put the different priorities. Learning and grow. The moment you stop learning, you are dead. So this generation, you just have to learn all the time. Put your core competency is learning and grow. If you can put that as a priority in life, you will be success. Learn and grow. One more thing is get involved. I think it's a lot of things linked together. If you don't get involved, you're not going to get any successful. And we speak in the earlier, they spend time wisely. If you don't know how you spend time, you just waste your time. I think if you, like I say, a lot of students don't have a lot of things, but if by the time you're 20 or 23, if you don't find any specialty in yourself, and then you probably need to extend another 2-3 years, and then 2-3 years you don't know, you extend another 2-3 years. By 30 you don't know anything, and then you get later on, and then you will not. You still can assess, but a bit later than other people. If you can find something by 2024, I'm sure you will be good time frame. So I think that. And last one, life is a journey. Enjoy it. Maybe it go up and down during the journeys. It's okay, and we all will have a good time, and we all have a bad time. Forget about mistake we make, and put it as a learning, and enjoy the moment we can enjoy with families, friends, and other things. So I think that life is a journey. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Bong, and I hope you enjoyed the sessions in the morning so far. Great, thank you. I think third one, Petra, if you can, because I think I saw your Facebook post yesterday regarding lifelong learning. Maybe you want to share that to the contestant here.
Well, I must say it's been productive morning for all of us and the contestants, and a lot of things have been shared. They are both important for the competition and for the contestants' future career and life. But I have something to add in relation to the competition. So I'd like to advise, please do your best and be yourself. That's number one. Number two, inspire yourself by the outcome of this competition. Consider the skills that you will gain from the program, from working with a lot of people, with the coach and everyone. And consider the opportunities that you will get after you join, fail or pass in the future. The opportunities that you get from having these skills. And the last one, the third one is don't be disappointed. It's not the end of the world. This will be one of your most important educational experience. And you will use it, you will have more opportunities to use your skills in the future. And in relation to the quote that I posted earlier, it's continuous learning is a quality of great leaders. It's a lifelong process. So please make sure that you keep learning despite the situation, despite the COVID, despite any personal or family circumstances. Always find a time where you can relax, focus, and learn something new. That could be something to do to stay away from stress. I might say it could be a good habit to do. Yeah. So yes, it's been really a really great opportunity for me to share and to interact with both the contestants and the speakers and the guest speakers. Thank you.
All right, Petra, thank you. And the last one, our special guest, Bong Rata.
Yeah, my last contribution, I think, in this contest is for you guys to enjoy yourself. And I know you guys are contestants, but I do wish you guys treat each other how you want to be treated. So, you know, I think that's really important, and you enjoy your time, because this is learning, and you learn the most from making mistakes. So when you make mistakes, learn where it went wrong for you and try to correct that for the future. So I think that is something that, you know, you can think about. Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right, great. Thank you, Bong. So I think to wrap up the panel discussion this morning, numbers of common words that the speakers have shared. So please let me summarize into one phrase. I hope you remember that. Okay, right. So in competitions, remember there are no winners and there are no losers. I think we are all learners, and yes, life is a lifelong journey, so you need to enjoy it. Okay, so one more time, in the competitions, there are no winners and there are no losers, but we are all learners. And yes, life is a learning journey, so please go and enjoy it, right? Thank you to all the speakers today, as well as the organizers and the contestants. I hope you enjoy it, and please have a productive day. Thank you. Right, so thank you everyone.
សូមគោរពអរគុណចំពោះលោកគ្រូវិសាលក៏ដូចជាវាគ្មិនក្រយុសដែលបានចូលរួមជជែកពិភាក្សាក៏ដូចជាចែករំលែកទាំងបទពិសោធន៍ទាំងកលឹះសំខាន់ហើយជាពិសេសគឺឃើញថាសេសិនចុងក្រោយនេះបងប្អូនដែលជាបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីគឺមានការផុសផុលមែនទែនចាប់អារម្មណ៍ខ្លាំងណាស់នៅក្នុងការចង់បាននៅកលឹះសំខាន់ពីសំណាក់វាគ្មិនក្រយុសរបស់យើងដើម្បីត្រៀមខ្លួនចូលរួមប្រកួតប្រជែងប៉ុន្តែអ្វីដែលជាការ note ចុងក្រោយរបស់លោកគ្រូវិសាលនេះគឺបានបញ្ជាក់ឲ្យថា no winner no loser សំខាន់ថាតើយើងនឹងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ពីកម្មវិធីមហាឆ្នាំខេត្តបាត់ដំបងកម្រិតណាជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតនាងខ្ញុំតាំងនាមគណៈចាត់តាំងកម្មវិធីដោយសារតែពេលវេលាយើងគឺបានដល់ពេលឃ្លានបាយខ្លាំងមែនទែនហើយនិយាយថាអាយដាមគណៈអធិបតីលោកជំទាវអស់លោកស្រីដែលបានចំណាយពេលវេលាពេញមួយព្រឹកតាំងពីព្រលឹមរហូតមកដល់ពេលនេះនឹងទទួលបាននៅអត្ថប្រយោជន៍កាន់តែសំខាន់បន្ថែមទៀតពីកម្មវិធីនៅថ្ងៃនេះត្បិតតែយើងហួសម៉ោងបន្តិចមែនប៉ុន្តែដោយសារតែជឿថាគណៈអធិបតីលោកក៏ជក់ហើយបងប្អូនដែលជាបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីក៏ជក់ចិត្តនៅក្នុងការជជែកដេញដោលនេះដែរក៏ប៉ុន្តែដោយសារតែពេលវេលានៃកម្មវិធីបើកក៏បានឈានមកដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ហើយជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតសូមគោរពអរគុណសម្រាប់ការចំណាយពេលវេលាដ៏មានតម្លៃរបស់គណៈអធិបតីអស់លោកស្រីភ្ញៀវកិត្តិយសក៏ដូចជាបងប្អូនដែលជាបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីបើកមហាឆ្នាំខេត្តបាត់ដំបងនៅថ្ងៃនេះនៅខណៈនេះនាងខ្ញុំក៏សូមបិទបញ្ចប់កម្មវិធីនេះក៏ប៉ុន្តែក៏ប្រកាសបន្តសម្រាប់កម្មវិធីវគ្គ boot camp សម្រាប់បងប្អូនដែលជាបេក្ខជនបេក្ខនារីនឹងត្រូវបន្តការងារនឹងបេសកកម្មដ៏ពិសេសរបស់ខ្លួនជាមួយនឹងលោកគ្រូវិសាលក៏ជាវាគ្មិនក្រយុសបន្តទៀតដែរប៉ុន្តែសម្រាប់កម្មវិធីបើកនៅថ្ងៃនេះក៏សូមប្រកាសបិទត្រឹមប៉ុណ្ណេះសូមអរគុណនិងសូមគោរពលា